Good morning. We'll call today's Housing, Urban Development, and Zoning Committee meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Vice Chair Sonier. Alderman Browning.
Present.
Alderman Aldridge.
Present.
Chair Clark Hubbard.
Here.
Alderman Cone. Vice Chair Sonier. We have 4 present. We have a quorum.
Okay, with that, I'll accept a motion to approve the minutes from Tuesday, October 15th, 2024.
So moved. Second.
It was moved by Alderman Browning and seconded by Alderman Aldridge. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Aye.
Vice Chair Sonier. Alderman Browning.
Aye.
Alderman Aldridge.
Aye.
Chair Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderman Cone. Vice Chair Sonier. We have 4 aye votes.
All right, with that, we've successfully approved the minutes from Tuesday, October 15th, 2024. We're going to move forward. Item number 1, Alderman Aldridge. Oh, okay. Let's see. Alderwoman Boyd. All right, would you like to go?
I'm here.
You prepared?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Okay,
here.
thank you. We'll recognize you for Board Bill 88.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could the clerk please read introductions on my board bill?
Board Bill 86, introduced by Board Bill 88, introduced by Alderwoman Pamela Boyd, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated May 28, 2024 for the 1100 Veronica Avenue area in the city of St. Louis, after finding that the area is blighted as defined in Section 99.320 of the Revised Statute of Missouri 2016 as amended. The statute being Sections 99.300 to 99.715 inclusive, finding that the area shall be available 15-year tax abatement, 10 years based on 90% of the assessed value of the incremental improvements, and followed by 5 years based on 50% of the assessed value of the incremental improvements, and pledging cooperation of the Board of Aldermen.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I do have, is Zach Wilson there? I'm sorry, because we were playing phone tag, so I didn't know if he was there yet.
Yes, Alderman, I'm here.
All right, thank you, Zach. And so I'm going to, if the committee would allow Zach Wilson to kind of talk about this bill, and then we can listen to the company that is working, the developer that's working on this bill. So Zach, if you could please speak on this, and does he need to be sworn in?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, this is a Lutheran Development Group has purchased property from St. Louis Public Schools. The Bain School has been vacant for a while. SLDC and LCRA has support tax abatement for this project. We're in favor of it because it activates a school building and also provides housing with units for low-income housing with units of 3 and 4 bedrooms. So that's we awarded or approved 10 years at 90, followed by 5 at 50, because that's what we mirror with all LIHTC projects, because that's the compliance period. We can go deeper into the scorecards if you want. Andrew and Jake are here to discuss those. But happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Zach. Did anybody have any questions before I go?
Did you have any additional comments you wanted to make before we go in for questions?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to speak on, it's my understanding that St. Louis Public School has denied the tax abatement for this project. And so Zach and I have had in-depth conversations. And so I didn't want to push this project and they wouldn't be getting the approval from St. Louis Public Schools in regards to the abatement. And then I was just interested because first I heard 1 and 2 bedrooms, and now I'm hearing 3 and 4 bedrooms. And so I'm trying to figure out what group are they trying to target into that community, because as everybody in the room knows, that Baden is a very distressed area. So I was just trying to figure out who are they trying to attract to come into that community.
The unit breakdown is 17 one-bedrooms, 23 two-bedrooms, and my apologies, it was 11 three-bedrooms. So, Alderwoman.
Okay. And so, like I said, that community is a very distressed community, and it needs families to come into that community. And I don't think we would attract that with 1-bedroom apartments. The 2 is a if, the 3 is a better. And so I was just wanted to know if they'll be willing to change it to more 3 and 4 bedrooms to ensure that we could attract families, and who is the targeted people that they're trying to get in for that community.
Yeah, Alderman, since we got the letter yesterday, we reached out to the developer to speak on this, to hopefully come to some type of resolution moving forward. So I was hoping today we just open it to any type of public input, or a public, since we advertise this a public meeting, we could hold the public meeting portion of this today and hold the board bill for later, once we come to an understanding.
And Madam Chair, I can turn it back over to you if the committee has any questions.
Thank you. Alderman Cone? Alderwoman Schweitzer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify for my own understanding, the idea is to come back with a presentation on this bill at a later time, and we're not taking a vote today, so there
Correct.
is no presentation for this bill today.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, I'm sure I'll have a lot more questions then when we do hear the bill in full, and I'm looking forward to seeing the scorecard. I think housing development is great, so I'm excited to see, what the presentation is, and I look forward to talking about it more. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Browning?
No questions. I share the sentiments of my colleague that it'd be great to see an old school turned into more housing, and I share all Boyd's feelings as well that housing for families would be great for this location. So looking forward to hearing more details and seeing all the additional information at a later date.
Alderman Aldridge?
No questions.
Vice Chair Sanye?
No questions. I look forward to getting the full presentation.
All right, I don't have any questions either. Alderwoman Boyd, would you like to close?
So we can get more clarity and understanding between them and St. Louis Public Schools.
All righty, thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board.
Absolutely, have a blessed day.
You
Okay.
too.
We'll move to Board Bill number 86. Alderman Aldridge, you're recognized. And while we're doing that, are we still working on the slides, Madam Clerk, for the slides for Board Bill 115? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Today, I want to present to the HUD's committee Board Bill 86, which is a redevelopment tax abatement plan for 1105 Olive. It will be a 10-year at 75% tax abatement to bring a daycare facility to this location as well on the first floor, and then second floor would be office space. I do have SLDC here to talk about how we got to the tax abatement, and then I have the owner of the facility and the attorney to be able to speak about this. Really excited to bring a Black-owned minority woman business in the downtown area. I think this is going to be some great development for the community, a very beautiful building, and hopefully look forward to getting this done today. But with that, I will pass it over to Mr. Zach Wilson from SLDC.
Righty, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. We're very excited about this project. I'd like to commend the property owner. She submitted this application late last year, and with all the new requirements, she's been hanging tough with us to the support letters and the TADAV forms and everything else. So she's been sticking out as we go through this process. So we're very supportive of the project. Activates a lawn. No, I do not, but it's part of the board bill and yes, it should be towards the back. The lawn vacant building that once housed a pizza establishment, open late hours. If you are older than me, you may remember it. No, we're very excited. This is just the first phase, hopefully, for the property owner. I know Erica will be up here to answer any questions also. Also, we have Jake and Andrew to answer any questions on the scorecards and score as well. Thank you.
Okay, we can have you all speak first, and then we'll go into the questioning. If you can both raise your right hands and swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. All right, please speak before you begin speaking. Speak your name.
Hi, my name is Mark Jacob. I want to thank the members of the council for having us here today. I'm the attorney on the project, and really my client, Erica Williams, is going to be the person explaining the project to you and giving you a short synopsis, and it's a beautiful project, and we're very happy to be here.
Good morning. I am Erica Williams. I am the owner and president of Corica Group Home Health Care and Adult Daycare.
Tell them a little about just this rehab project.
A little nervous. Okay. Let me take a deep breath. I just got a little nervous coming up here. So I'm going to refer to my notes just so I don't continue to ramble on. But my name is Erica Williams. As I stated, I'm the president and the CEO of Corica Group Home Health Care and Adult Daycare.
Excuse me, could you speak into the mic, please?
Yes, please, I'm sorry. Since 2013, Corica Group has been committed to providing essential caregiving services for the elderly and individuals with disabilities. In addition to our home health care services, we also operate an adult daycare facility, which is a vital alternative for many of our clients. The daycare offers an opportunity for participants to engage in social interactions and just take a break from their caregivers. Is it okay if I continue on? I do have a little bit to say because I am very, very passionate about this project. Downtown. Why downtown? 18% of the population in St. Louis live in what is considered a food desert. So with downtown's limited access to resources and significant population of elderly and disabled individuals, Corica Group is a supportive hub for some of our city's most vulnerable residents. I do have some quotes that I got from some of the participants that attend Corica Group's adult daycare. I'm just pulling 3 of them out, but one of them says, "Being a member of the adult daycare has brought joy to my life and helped me learn how to better my communication skills with others." That is Lavanya Atkinson. Another, Corica Group has helped assist me with getting a new place to live and meeting people that I call now family. That is Tamar Divorce. And the last one that I pulled, the Corica Group family has helped furnish my home and give me a reason to laugh every day. That is Mr. Cecil Williams. So, like I stated, I am very passionate about the community and the population that I serve, which is the disadvantaged, underserved community. And I do believe in this project, and with your support through the tax abatement, that would enable us to bring these critical services to downtown St. Louis, where the need is great. Thank you.
All
We're here
right.
to answer any questions that you may have, of course.
Thank you so much. It's a beautiful building. Beautiful. Alderman Cone? Alderwoman Schweitzer?
Thank you. I'd love to go over the scorecard, but I know that's maybe with SLDC, so I'll wait for them. Thank you so much.
Alderman Browning?
No questions. Just want to note, it sounds like you offer a good service, a needed service, and I agree with my colleague. This is one of my favorite buildings along that stretch, so it would be nice to see it brought back to life and put in use.
Vice Chair Sanye?
Thank you for being here today. It sounds like a great project. I was able to speak to Alderman Aldridge about it beforehand. So I don't really have any questions for you. I too would just like to kind of walk through the scorecard so that the folks at home can see what we see, but I'll wait for SLDC to do that.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for your passion and being willing to share it, and the commitment and being willing to come into our downtown area. Congratulations. It's a great project to be able to be in support of. And you did great. I heard you say you were nervous. You did great. It's easy to talk about what you love, right?
It is once
Yeah.
you start getting it out, the jitters come out and the words start to flow. So.
Absolutely.
Please bring it to the-
As a caretaker, I absolutely know the value in quality adult daycare. So thank you for your service, and thank you for being here. You don't have to go far, just in case a question comes up, but we are going to bring SLDC back up. Alderman Cone? Any questions for SLDC? Okay. Alderwoman Schweitzer?
Thank you. I appreciate you being here. If you could just run through the scorecard quickly so we can have that on the record.
Yep. So Andrew Knopp, SLDC. We scored this project at a total of 34 points, so within tier 1. And then I'll just run down the scoring categories from highest to lowest. So first is transit access, so 7 points for being within half a mile of a Metrolink station. And in addition to Metrolink, there's good transit access downtown. Total jobs created 6 points, so the expectation is 20 FTE. That's one away from getting 7 points, but it's 6 points, and so it's a good job creator. Historic preservation, 5 points. The building, I think, was built in 1881, so we're restoring and preserving that historic asset. This is an employment district, a downtown employment district, so we're creating jobs within that, 5 points. It's an MWBE business, another 5 points for that. And the building has been vacant for a while, so not only is it a historic asset, but it's a vacant asset that we are renovating, so 5 points. And then last, just a point for the nearly $2 million expected investment. So it's a good project for a number of reasons, as we've heard and as the scorecard shows. Definitely happy to answer any more specific questions.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't have any further.
Vice Chair Sanye?
Thank you. I appreciate you walking through it.
All righty. With that, we'll go. Oh, she has some additional. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Jake Narup. I do financial analysis for SLDC. So as Mr. Wilson indicated, this building's been vacant for quite a while, since about 2012 or 2013, and that's certainly reflected in the current assessment. The 4-story building pays annual taxes of a little over $5,000 right now. Even during the abatement period, we expect that to increase about 3 times to about $18,000. And after the abatement period expires, we'd expect that number to be around $60,000 annually. There's kind of 3 sources of overall revenue for the city here. That is the increase in property taxes, as well as the payroll taxes and the earnings taxes on the jobs. Sources of revenue for the school district and the other taxing districts are purely that increase in property tax revenue. So you see a 10-year fiscal impact for the city of $142,000, increasing to a little under $400,000 over 20 years. Impact for the school districts of about $85,000 over 10 years, increasing to $458,000 over 20 years. And impacts to the other 9 taxing districts of about $29,000 over 10 years, increasing to $156,000 over 20 years. Just kind of a methodology note, there's 20 jobs here, but 10 of them are being relocated from further west on Olive. So those retained jobs we don't factor into the analysis because they're already in the city. So all of those net revenues are just net the 10 new jobs on the payroll and earnings taxes. So happy to answer any other questions.
Does anyone have any additional questions? Okay, Alderman Cone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just in the board bill itself, the summary says that it's a blighting study for the 1100 redevelopment area, but I don't have 1100 redevelopment area referenced anywhere else.
It might be a typo.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Yes.
So, generally I like to try and have typos corrected before we pass things out of committee, but is that supposed to be for the Chapter 99? It's approving a Chapter 99 redevelopment plan and blighting study for the 1100 redevelopment area. Is it supposed to be 1105 Olive Street redevelopment area, or
the summary page you're
it's
talking
in the
about?
summary?
Yeah, it should be
And
1105 through 1107.
Olive, right? Okay. So, Madam Clerk, can you please make note of that? I don't think we need to do an actual amendment. I think we can do a friendly amendment if everyone's okay.
So noted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman.
And then, who was just up? Did you mention that they're currently paying $5,000 in taxes on this property?
5,600, I believe.
How is that possible?
It's based on the assessor's current valuation and being vacant for over 10 years.
I am just always amazed at the assessed values of properties throughout the city and how the Board of Equalization and others are seemingly fairly inconsistent in how these things are assessed. Is that not a concern? So, $5,600 a year. For perspective, this is a 4-story building downtown. 4-family in Dutchtown is paying $2,000 or a little over that a year in taxes.
Yeah, and
It's
I
like
certainly
a fraction of the size, and it's a residential building versus a commercial building downtown.
Yeah, I certainly can't speak directly for the assessor's office. That would certainly reflect its vacancy and condition, and theoretically that a significant financial investment would be required to return it to a usable, occupiable condition as well. But that's just kind of my personal speculation. I can't speak for the assessor directly.
Congratulations. That's a good assessed value to be tax abated at in downtown. So no fault of yours by any stretch. Please don't interpret my remarks as such, but that's pretty incredible in my estimation. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Alderwoman Slicer.
No questions.
Alderman Browning.
Thank you. The bill states that a report was sent over to the public schools, but that they did not take a position on that. Has there been any update on that, or is that just still their position is no position?
Correct. There's been no letters sent to us. I think we've only received 2 letters in our whole time since we've been notifying the school. And one was Baden School today. So.
Okay. And how long did you say this building had been vacant for?
I believe Jake said 2012, I believe. Yes.
So 12 years.
Yes.
And obviously the process that we consider tax payments through would consider what would happen if we did not abate this. and the answer to that would be this project would not happen?
Oh, go ahead.
Correct. So I believe we use our rate of return analysis for kind of a quasi but-for, and I believe we have an incentivized rate of return of 8.7%, which is below the RERC median of 9.5. So it's certainly below the median this is a blended rate. We treated the daycare facility as essentially modest rent retail, and then the office portion is kind of modest rent office, and so that's below that blended rate of 9.5%. So we don't perceive any sort of over incentivization here.
Are any other, you call them incentives, but are there any other things being used here, like, historic credits or anything?
The developer may be able to speak to that directly, but we didn't include any historic federal or state in our sources of funds.
Okay, no additional questions for SLDC. Thank you.
Vice Chair Sanye.
No questions.
All righty. Just any follow-up before we let Alderman Aldridge close? I absolutely want to follow up again, Ms. Williams, and listen, at a time when we have challenges with the narrative of downtown, right? Thank you for trying and now helping, being in position to be able to support you in this is what we're here for. So, with that, I would like to ask Alderman Aldridge if I could be added as a co-sponsor, please.
So noted.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the co-sponsor support. A really exciting project. I also want to thank the owner sticking through this process. It's been a very long time coming, and really excited for what this could bring to the area. Also, part of the presentation, just want to mention the amount of community and business support that this project did get from individuals that are around that area that want to see this building come up to existence. So with that, I would ask for a due pass recommendation on Board Bill 86.
So moved.
It was moved by Alderman Cone and seconded by Vice Chair Sanye. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Aye.
Vice Chair Saunier.
Aye.
Alderman Browning.
Aye.
Alderman Aldridge.
Aye.
Chair Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
We have 6 aye votes.
Right, with that, you successfully passed Board Bill 86 out with the due pass recommendations. On to the next step. Congratulations, Ms. Williams.
Thank you to my committee
Congratulations,
members.
Alderman.
Thank you.
With this, I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Sanye.
All right. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, you are recognized to speak to Board Bill 115.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you read the summary for Board Bill 115?
Board Bill 115, introduced by Alderwoman Shameen Clark Hubbard. An ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment authorizing the mayor to submit to submit the City of St. Louis 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan and a 2025 Annual Action Plan to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, authorizing the mayor and the comptroller to enter into and execute agreements with HUD for the receipt of 2025 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Community Development Block Grant Disaster and Recovery, Home Investment Partnership, Emergency Solution Grant, and Housing Opportunities for People with AIDS funds, authorizing the directors of the Community Development Administration, Department of Human Services, and Department of Health to execute contracts as may be necessary to expend funds and containing severability and emergency clauses.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know many of us are familiar with this annual process, but I always look for opportunities for moments to make sure we educate to empower our constituents as well. So I have asked as part of the presentation from CDA today that we give a brief history and a little more context on this process. I think we're trying to work with the slides to make sure they're fully
Just send me an
presentable.
updated slide.
Okay. So while we're doing that, I'll go ahead and bring up our fearless leader at CDA.
Thank you so much, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Noel Pfeffer. I lead the city's Community Development Administration. I know you're familiar with this annual funding cycle. There's two things as we work to get the slides up that I wanted to note that are different this year than our typical annual years. And that is, first off, we are in our consolidated planning process. Our consolidated plan is a 5-year plan. And this board bill authorizes us to submit our 2025 to 2029 consolidated plan. And so I'll be presenting today some high-level elements of that planning process and outputs. And we are currently in our public comment period. We are taking public comments through November 14th on both the consolidated plan and annual action plan. The second thing that's new or different this year is that we are appropriating $25.8 million in CDBG disaster recovery funds. These are funds that were awarded to the city in response to the July 2022 flood event, and we'll talk a little bit about that planning process and the proposed use for those funds today as well. Next slide. And I can tell you that the next slide just serves as an introduction to CDA. We serve as a clearinghouse and hub for federal funds, or actually it's an agenda, excuse me. We're going to talk first about the consolidated plan, next about the annual action plan, the actual proposed funding, which is an Exhibit A to the board bill, and finally about CDBG disaster recovery. Next slide. So this is the CDA overview. We are charged by Mayor Jones with deploying federal funds to drive economic justice by supporting affordable housing, working with nonprofits, supporting programs. We don't do anything ourselves. We are really bureaucrats that are supporting dozens of wonderful nonprofits and community-based developers across the city. So a little bit of history. As Alderwoman Clark Hubbard requested, and I think it makes a lot of sense to ground ourselves in where we're coming from, because this is actually the 50-year anniversary of CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant Program. And CDA was created. The reason our department exists is to administer CDBG funds. And I think we also need to note how this program has evolved. So if funding had kept up with inflation, we would currently be receiving as a city, instead of $18 million in CDBG funds a year, about $75 million in CDBG funds a year. I say that in part because one of the animating themes of our consolidated planning process is how do we make ARPA sustainable? We received this one-time infusion of federal funds, and it's done a lot of good, and it'll continue to do a lot of good over the next 2 years as we work to spend all these funds down. But what could be done in order to, because our ecosystem, as we all know, was not prepared initially in 2021 for that infusion of funds, because our ecosystem has been starved of resources for a long time. But now, as we've built the capacity to manage this larger stream of federal funds, what could be done to make it sustainable, make it ongoing? And the easiest answer is to say, go back to the original CDBG model, when St. Louis was receiving about 5 times as much funding in CDBG as we are today. This would cost the federal government to do nationally about $11 billion. And I know it's not my job, but if I were to find how to pay for that, I think reforming the mortgage interest deduction makes some sense. But in any case, the development agencies have since evolved significantly. SLDC was created in 1988 to manage incentive programs. The planning department and various state statutory boards The planning department was established in 1999. One of the really interesting things that happened when the planning department was established in 1999 is that CDA lost its community board, because it used to be called the Community Development Commission, and then it became the Planning Commission. And while that made sense for a lot of reasons, one of the things that CDA lost was that direct contact and dialogue with the public. And that's one of the things that this consolidated plan actually recommends, is creating a new community advisory board for CDA. The Affordable Housing Commission was established in 2001 to administer use tax affordable housing dollars, and that's a sort of brief history of the city's development agencies. The final piece of the story starts in 2012 with a HUD monitoring visit, when HUD essentially told the city that we needed to dramatically reform our CDBG funding process if we were to retain funding. And the reason why is that over the years, I'll be frank with you all, the aldermen had taken over CDA, and the aldermen were making funding decisions with respect to which neighborhood associations, which CDCs, et cetera, would be awarded funds. And so actually in this very room, and I believe it was 2014, HUD staff came in and told the aldermen, moving forward, the way that we'll be awarding funds is that CDA will conduct an RFP, a competitive open funding process, and then bring those recommendations to the Board of Aldermen, and that's exactly what we've done ever since and what we're doing today. So that's a little bit of history. Next slide. So the way CDA works, we're about a 40-person team. We have a fiscal division, which is our engine moving the money. We've expanded dramatically in order to accommodate ARPA funds over the last few years. In 2022, we deployed about 24 million. In 2023, we deployed nearly 50 million. I anticipate in 2024 deploying closer to 60 or 70 million, and anticipate to continue that trend in 25 and 26. We have a compliance team made up of grants managers, program managers, grants administrators, and community development specialists. Their job is to manage a portfolio of contracts and ensure compliance and reporting. And we have a construction and housing team made up of an architect, engineers, housing analysts that manage a portfolio of nearly 100 projects representing over 2,500 units. We'll talk a little bit more about those as we move forward. Next slide. So the foundation, kind of how we thought about our consolidated planning process this year, is that we wanted to update our consolidated plan to reflect and align with the mayor's economic justice action plan, and think through what changes needed to be made to our old consolidated plan in order to get there. And so just a little bit about the Economic Justice Action Plan. One, it's community driven. We conducted a survey that received over 5,000 responses. Over 1% of city residents responded, sharing their priorities with us. And the number one priority was neighborhood transformation, which involves investments into housing, into vacancy, and much more. Furthermore, it's really dedicated to reversing decades of disinvestment in North St. Louis. The core insight is that equity is a precondition to growth. It's not just a moral imperative, because we know that our city has been fractured and segregated by design, from restrictive covenants to Team 4, redlining, modern-day appraisal gaps, urban renewal projects that demolish Black neighborhoods, highways, suburbanization, white flight, the list goes on. And it requires the same level of intentionality in order to reverse that. And it's not just a moral imperative, although it is, it's an economic imperative. Data shows cities across the country grow more when they address inequalities, disparities, and are able to transcend those inequalities. Next slide. So it's more than just talk, though. I want to show this image to show how we're putting economic justice into action. And the map on the left shows, in many ways, it's an overlay of 10 different layers. Life expectancy, and we see disparities of over 20 years in life expectancy between parts of North St. Louis and parts of South St. Louis. Violent crime rates, access to health insurance, average median income levels, household income, property values, vacancy rates, educational attainment, and other factors. And then when you look at our awards, there's a very clear alignment, and that's intentional, that we've focused our resources to meet that need. Next slide. That brings me now to our market value analysis. This is a required element of our consolidated plan, is updating our market value analysis, and it's used in turn by diverse stakeholders at SLDC in the planning department and to inform our geographic priorities. So it's informed by 3 different types of data. One is property value data, another is vacancy and distress indicators, and finally is housing characteristics. And if we go to the next slide, we can see the first draft of our 2024 market value analysis. Something that we're working on, again, this is currently in a comment period, but one of the things that we're working on, and I hope to be able to show you all in a few weeks, is a map that shows how this has changed between 2019 and 2024. So we've requested that, and we'll provide that to you all once we have it. If we go to the next slide, it just shows some high-level characteristics of the different market value areas. If we can go to the next slide, please. And so what we see here is that the city neighborhoods are divided into a few different categories. So A and B are typically thought of as our strongest neighborhoods. The big or strongest residential markets is actually a much better way to say that. And the big difference between A and B is the percentage of homeowners. So you can see that the median sales price in A is about $700,000, in B it's about $335,000. But there's a much higher population of homeowners, and most of the population are tenants. Similar story in C, D, E, and F. Those are more of our middle markets in the city of St. Louis, and vary according to the percentage of homeowners and tenants and percentage vacancy, other factors. G, H, and I are where you have much higher vacancy rates and lower property values. And so you see that big drop off from F to G. And happy to answer more questions about this, but we can move on. Next slide. So this is a really foundational table for us as well. And we strive to make sure that all of our work is community-driven and data-informed. And we have here actually a few versions of the presentation for you to leaf through as we're talking. But this table, and you've seen it before, and so I won't dwell on it too much, but it really shows our housing challenges in a nutshell, because what it shows is that the city has about 140,000 households, of whom about 78,000 are tenants, about 60,000 are homeowners, about 1,000 are unhoused. And what we can see is that there's different layers to this housing crisis. I want to zoom in on the 20,000 tenant households who earn less than 30% AMI. They pay more than $120 million more than they can afford in rent each year. About 5,000 are evicted each year. And what we see is that this is the most housing unstable group, the most housing insecure group, and that's one facet. But there's also a much broader affordability crisis. Collectively, about 50,000 St. Louis households are cost burdened and pay over $250 million more than they can afford in rent or mortgage or utilities each year. And then finally, there's the home ownership challenge, in that about 25%, at least 25% of our owner households are cost burdened. And actually, that's a dramatic understatement in all likelihood, because this data only includes mortgage and utility costs, does not include actual home maintenance costs. And so it may be much higher. And that's what makes programs like our home repair program so important, among others. So it's just important to distinguish between these different facets of the challenges that some folks are facing, just finding stable access to housing, that others are facing in that they may have stable housing, but it is unaffordable, and that is money that they cannot invest towards their children, towards their health care, towards food, and the challenges that owners are facing as they try to build generational wealth. And one of the keys, as this informs our strategy, is that we are committed to building housing as diverse as our city and investing across this spectrum of need. Next slide. So here you see our affordable housing development pipeline. And it has expanded dramatically in the past few years thanks to the infusion of ARPA funds. Between 2015 and 2019, the city subsidized the development of about 1,000 units, and that included just 39 units under 30% AMI and 65 for sale units. Today, we're subsidizing the development between CDA, SLDC, and the Affordable Housing Commission of over 3,600 units, including over 900 units under 30% AMI and over 200 for sale units. So that's a dramatic expansion and diversification of our affordable housing development pipeline. And you can see that we have invested a total of over $100 million into these projects that are leveraged nearly tenfold to drive over $850 million of development. You can see also the very different per unit subsidy costs of rental versus for sale. So the reason we do a lot more rental units is because our average per unit subsidy is just $18,000. That's just 10% of the $175,000 average subsidy for sale units. The reason for that is that when we invest in rental units, we can leverage that with LIHTC funds and a lot of other federal resources that are not available for our for sale units. Our for sale units have a very simple capital stack. It's our forgivable loan and then a construction loan that's secured by the sale price. And so that's what you see. You see an average per unit cost of about $350,000. They sell at an average of about $175,000, between $150 and $180 typically. And then we fill in that gap with a forgivable loan that's forgiven upon compliance with affordability requirements. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a little while as well. Next slide. So our 2023 Affordable Housing Report, which we presented last year, gives us a series of 5 guiding principles to inform how we select projects and how we do this work. And that is being focused, asset-based, inclusive, resilient, and community-driven. And we want to share a couple of examples, zooming in on specific neighborhoods and geographies of how this work plays out in the city. So next slide. And the first one is here at the corner of Grand and Natural Bridge. And this is a critical corner for the city of St. Louis for so many reasons. One, the history and the historic Fairgrounds Park, which the city is investing significant resources into. And just as critically, it is the proposed terminus for the Brickline Greenway, which just started its next phase of construction, as well as North-South Metrolink, which the city is applying for New Starts funding with the Department of Transportation for, and will run up Jefferson and has its proposed terminus at Grand and Natural Bridge. And so we know this is a critical geography, and that's why we are investing into making markets there, because this is also a geography where these blocks had not seen a mortgage originated in over 15 years. There was actually an article in the New York Times recently making this point, that one of the things that holds cities like ours back from developing is the fact that there is no market, no private market to develop housing, to provide mortgages. And so instead, what we did here is that it was not that typical funding mix of a forgivable loan and a private construction loan, because we couldn't secure that. And instead, these are fully ARPA funded, over 20 homes, fully ARPA funded, but they revolve so that that for sale price goes back into developing additional housing. And you can also see on Grand, that big green block, that's property owned by the Boys and Girls Club that they've proposed, and CDA and SLDC have awarded funds to convert into a youth golf center, including three holes. And so this is a way that we can be really intentional about leveraging different resources to make holistic investments that include both housing, amenities, and what you can't see because it's a little small, but you can also in this map, you can see that we've done dozens of home repairs and provided other services in this target geography as we work to make the market here. Next slide. There we go. So what we'll show here, and this is a bit of an experiment, we haven't done this before, we'll see how it goes, but is a couple of geographies where we'll layer in different programs and try to show how it sums up to block by block revitalization. And there's a lot of different types of programs that we're including here. So our housing programs, demolition that's conducted by either the building division or LRA, home repair, stabilization programs, whether that is Prop NS, neighborhood stabilization run by LRA and the building division, or the private vacant building stabilization program, also known as Stable Communities, STL, run also by the building division in partnership with an interdepartmental group. Our facade program, investments that we've made into our federally qualified health centers, other investments into small businesses, into service programs, into beautification, et cetera. So next slide. And we'll flip through these slides relatively quickly, but this is the geography of the Ville, Greaterville, Kingsway East, Penrose, O'Fallon, College Hill, and Fairground neighborhood. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see, first of all, a bunch of housing investments. So it's a little small, but you can see there in the southeastern corner of the Ville and Greaterville a series of for-sale housing that we're building with Northside Community Housing. The blue in the northwest corner of the Ville is the CARE STL campus, which includes both affordable housing and FQHC, a federally new health clinic. Simmons School is right alongside that. Going north, you can see a scattered set of parcels that are associated with rehab projects being undertaken. These are rental rehab projects being undertaken by Northside Community Housing, as well as North Newstead. And all the way up to the north, you can see the Prince Hall State Office Building, an enormous, I think, about 200,000 square foot building that the city has invested about $2 million into redevelopment into veterans and senior housing. Next slide. Then we can layer in a variety of stabilization projects where we see this is, again, those two programs I talked about, Proposition NS and private vacant stabilization. Next slide. Here we layer in the demolitions, that's that yellow layer, and see that we are also taking down an unprecedented number of buildings. I say we, again, this is the building division in LRA who are really leading this work, in part supported by a $15 million state ARPA grant. Next slide. Adding in our home repair, those are the teal. And then next slide, we're adding in everything else, which is small business grants, investments into our early child care centers, beautification investments, SLDC incentives, other programmatic investments. And the point is really to show how collectively, none of these on their own are enough to dramatically change the market, but our theory of change is that by making holistic investments into a regenerative ecosystem, that's how we can drive and catalyze equitable and sustainable growth. Next slide. So we do this in a couple cases. We'll flip faster through these because I don't want to take up too much of y'all's time, but Project Connect is another really good example. If we go to the next slide, and Project Connect is, of course, a long-standing city program started actually by Mayor Slay originally to harness the opportunity created by the $2 billion NGA project and layer it with other big transformative investments, including North-South Metrolink, including Choice Neighborhoods, a $240 million development of 695 units, which shows up in the big green and blue blocks just south of Cass Avenue. In order to empower the community through neighborhood planning committees made up of residents to really harness this opportunity to drive, again, long-term change in North St. Louis. Next, with Choice Neighborhoods, I want to note simply that we recently closed out the $30 million Choice Neighborhoods grant. Phases 1 and 2 of Choice Neighborhoods are complete and occupied. Phase 4 just closed last week. Phase 3 is anticipated to close by the end of this year, and then Phase 5 is currently going in for LIHTC funding. And there's a variety of other projects also on Jefferson. You'll note both the new Doorways campus as well as the Tiny Home Village. Next slide. We layer in stabilization here. The concentration that I want to point out is actually north of Hyde Park, where we are doing a series of homes on the north side of Hyde Park to stabilize a beautiful row of historic homes. And there's also additional ones in Jeff Vanderloo and in Old North as well. Next slide. Demolitions layered in. We've done a series, and that's the yellow layer again. Next slide. Home repairs. Next slide. They're not showing up well. As I said, this is an experiment. Maybe we'll need to do icons next time. Next slide. And then the remaining city investments into small businesses, programs, early child care centers. Well, let's do one more, this time in South City. If we go, we're looking at Benton Park West, Gravois Park, Dutchtown, Mount Pleasant. Next slide.
There wasn't anything on it.
Right, that's the first one, and then we're going to look at the housing and other projects. So a few that I'll call out here include Benton Park Place on Arsenal and Jefferson, include a series of investments with the Art Place initiative just south of Cherokee and near Marquette, includes also the Marquette Homes project, which is redeveloping over a dozen vacant buildings, including 3600 South Grand, into affordable housing. And then not showing up on this, I don't think, but it's also the Crossroads project, which is developing over 50 units of affordable housing in a new development in Bevo Mill. If we go to the next slide, we see a series of stabilization projects. Those are showing up in pink along these same neighborhoods. And if we go to the next slide, we add in demolitions. Next slide. Home repairs, which we see a number of in these neighborhoods. And finally, everything else, where in comes that federally qualified health centers, the family care on South Grand, as well as a number of early child care centers that have been supported by the city. A number of incentives, those are those red crosses, our SLDC incentives. Also a number of investments in arts organizations, those are those teal masks. A number of facade investments, those are the orange triangles along Cherokee and Jefferson. And of course, a number of small business grants as well as investments not showing up here either are investments into community Wi-Fi for Marquette Park, free public Wi-Fi, and there's a number of parks around the city that have been targeted for phase one, as well as investments into the beautification of Marquette Park and the Virginia and Alabama vacant parcels. And finally, we just recently awarded a $800,000 award to Art Place and a coalition of organizations to continue implementation of the the Jefferson Gravois neighborhood plan. Next slide. So that's all kind of the backdrop and the foundations of this work. Now I'll talk a little bit more concretely about what is in the Consolidated Action Plan. So it governs the priorities for how we allocate CDBG funds, which we receive $18 million a year, home funds, $3 million, and basically CDBG funds are our most flexible pot of money. They need to benefit persons of low and moderate income or eliminate slums and blight. Theoretically, they could also go to meet urgent needs, but that really requires a natural disaster for HUD to allow us to spend funds towards that category. In practice, 70% needs to benefit LMI folks, about up to 30% go towards elimination of slum and blight. Home funds are not flexible. They can only be used to provide housing. ESG funds, Emergency Solutions Grant funds, flow to the Department of Human Services and are used to provide outreach to homeless persons, unhoused persons, provide shelter and other supportive services. HOPWA, Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS funds, are administered by our Department of Health and support the needs of persons living with HIV and AIDS and are allocated primarily to Doorways and Peter and Paul. Next slide. So the funding process, the way that this process works is that we start with our 5-year consolidated plan. And again, that's the process that we're in right now. Once that's approved by HUD, then we submit annual action plans. So each year, 45 days before the beginning of the year, so by November 15th, we tell HUD this is what we're going to do. So we actually, first off, we do an RFP, we do open and competitive selection, we select our programs, we then go through the Board of Aldermen, appropriate the funds, and then we submit that funding plan, that action plan to HUD. HUD reviews it, approves it. We implement that action plan. So we'll be implementing our 2025 action plan. And then 90 days after the end of that program year, so March 30th or 31st for a leap year, we submit our CAPER, which is our performance and evaluation report. So that is the kind of the cycle that we go through every year. And this year we're doing our 5-year consolidated plan. So next slide. So what is a consolidated plan? It has 5 key elements. One is consultation and citizen participation, so the community-driven aspect where we talk about what we heard. Next is a needs assessment. That's the data-driven component, and we've talked and gone through a lot of that data already. Next is the market value analysis, which we talked through as well. Next is the analysis of impediments to fair housing, which seeks to combat discriminatory practices in violation of the Civil Rights Act. And then finally, and I would argue most importantly, is our strategic plan. And the core of our strategic plan is SP 45, which is just a table that sets out our goals. Here's how many units of housing we want to subsidize between 25 and 2029. Here's how many young people we want to support with after-school services or with childcare. Here's how many seniors we want to support, et cetera, et cetera. It's a long table. And again, we are accepting public comment on these. What's currently in the strategic plan really reflects the awards that we made in the 2025 annual action plan and kind of scales those up over 5 years. But we really welcome comment and feedback regarding what we need to prioritize further. These are also informed by a lot of input. So we'll talk about that in this next slide. If we can go to the, thank you. So the first thing we did is we established a community advisory committee made up of 9 city residents. We had an open application process. We selected qualified applicants randomly, and we've been really delighted with the result. What the consolidated plan recommends, we established this as a one-time kind of guiding committee for our consolidated plan, but we now plan to retain a community advisory committee. And what we've been thinking, and again, this is all subject to change as we get additional comment, but is that individuals will serve on the advisory committee for 2 years with half turning over each year. So there's continuity, and we'll bring them our funding recommendations and other matters like the consolidated plan for their feedback and guidance. It won't have authority and control over these, but it'll provide input. And honestly, them not having decision-making authority protects everyone because we want to be really careful of any conflicts of interest that may exist in that committee, et cetera, et cetera. So it provides input, but CDA will continue to make funding decisions. We did do a survey that received a few hundred responses regarding priorities. We held a series of 3 open houses, one at the Wohl Center, another at 12th and Park, and another at the Carondelet Rec Center. We met, as we are required to by law, with the Continuum of Care, with the Housing Authority, among other stakeholders. We did a variety of social media campaign to get the word out, and we've held a public hearing, and we will hold another public hearing in November. Next slide. So some of our priorities for our consolidated plan was, 1, strengthening citizen participation. We've talked about that, but really engaging in ongoing dialogue with the public. We know that the way we've conducted citizen participation in the past at CDA has been sometimes checking a box, and when everything is a priority and everything requires participation, nothing is a priority, and it became difficult, I think, for the public to distinguish between what was important and what we needed input on and what was more of a formality. And so we've updated our citizen participation requirements accordingly. Second is creating, sunsetting, and redesigning programs. I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next slide. Next is a housing affordability update, and then creating neighborhood revitalization strategy areas and applying for a Section 108 loan. And there's slides dedicated to each of these. So on program redesign, here our goal was really to free up resources. Because the city is subject to a 19% cap. We can't spend more than 19% of our CDBG funds on public services. And this is always our number one most competitive source of funding. We're dramatically oversubscribed. And so what we did is we shifted a number of programs out of public services and also out of planning and admin, which is subject to a 20% cap, into other eligible categories. So what we did here is we just dug into the regulations, we dug into the eligible activities and found new homes for these programs. So for example, we allocate about $228,000 each year to support the city councilor's problem property team in bringing code enforcement actions. It's a great program, but it didn't need to live in public services. There is a code enforcement section. Similarly, Operation Brightside each year conducts thousands of graffiti cleanups, supports community gardens, and does a lot of amazing work, including holding cleanup events. We shifted them out of public services to interim assistance, which is where work done to address vacancy and beautification falls. Similarly, we moved SLDC admin out of admin into economic development, and because that's where it fits actually a lot more naturally in terms of, in particular, supporting the incentive program and the job creation work of SLDC. The Civil Rights Enforcement Agency was shifted actually from public services into planning and administration. And then also importantly, we shifted the facade program. The facade program historically was administered by SLDC. It had been challenged for a variety of reasons. There were a number of projects that were stuck. And so we had a dialogue with SLDC where we mutually agreed to shift it into a new eligible activity, commercial rehabilitation. Previously, it was under economic development, meaning that they had to show job creation for each one, which was a challenge. And now it's under commercial rehabilitation, which is a much better fit, and CDA is administering directly, which is why you also see here in the exhibit 16 small businesses and nonprofits that we propose awarding facade funds to. And all of these have been fully vetted, and I'll talk more about that process when I get there. Finally, another important change that we made was shifting food pantry programs from low to moderate income to low to moderate area. This is really important for them because they should not be required to request the income of every single individual who comes through their doors. And instead, what this will allow them to do is serve an area that is over 50% under the area, 80% area median income and qualify accordingly. Next slide. And I think they will still need to collect the address, but that's less intrusive than collecting the income. So for housing policy update, this has been another priority. Essentially, our for sale housing program is just a one-size-fits-all program where, as I've explained, we provide a forgivable loan to fill the gap. But it's really designed for weak market areas. It is designed such that the affordability restriction on the new unit expires after 5 years. And in fact, if the homeowner is willing to pay back $5,000 in down payment assistance, it can expire within a few months. And this works really well, let me be clear, for weak market areas where we want those market rate comps. We want the property to sell for more than what it's sold for, and that will incentivize more private developments. That's great. It doesn't work well in strong market areas because what we've seen happen a couple of times is that we subsidize a property, say in Benton Park West, or even increasingly the West End, which is an increasingly strong residential market, which is wonderful. But when we build a home that sells at an affordable rate, let's say $150,000 or $180,000 to a low to moderate income individual, but its market value is $300,000, that individual has every incentive to turn around and resell it at market rate and pay back the $5,000 in home ownership assistance and then pocket the rest. And that's great from a wealth building perspective. It's not the worst thing ever, but it's not great from a perspective of what we're trying to do with this program is build affordable housing and promote long-term mixed income diverse neighborhoods. And so if we do want to preserve that diversity in our neighborhoods, then we need some longer-term affordability restrictions in these stronger market areas. And so there's a few ways that we're looking at doing that. We've contracted with LISC, which does this work nationally in order to develop that, and that'll be part of the final consolidated plan. Another element that we're updating our housing policies for is that each year we're required to provide a certificate of consistency with the consolidated plan to all housing projects which apply for LIHTC. LIHTC is a huge source of funding for affordable rental housing, but currently we have no standards by which to determine whether a proposed project complies or is consistent with the consolidated plan or not. That'll be changing in our current consolidated plan. Another element that we want to explore is whether we require, and to what extent we can require, rights to the architectural plans for CDA-funded projects. This would really help us as we work towards creating a pre-approved design book so that we can accelerate that development process for new housing. And finally, we want to strengthen, and we already have strengthened, our fair housing protections. So today, every home that CDA funds, every rental unit comes with a series of fair housing protections, in particular requiring mediation before eviction and providing other very basic rental tenant protections. And so we're codifying that moving forward. Next slide. Next, we'll talk about the neighborhood revitalization strategy areas, or NERSAs. The reason that this matters is that within NERSAs, the funds that we spend towards public services don't count towards our 19% cap. So if we have these NERSAs approved, that expands the amount of resources that we can provide towards public services. So this is a rough first draft of some NERSAs. The shapes are wonky, I know. It's because we need to follow block groups and census tracts. I anticipate that they will change slightly, but our goals with this was to cover as much of North St. Louis as possible, as well as the priority areas in South St. Louis. I'll also note that our Choice Neighborhoods NERSA is already approved by HUD. The other three are subject to change, and we welcome your input and guidance on them. Next slide. And the other thing that I'll note is that the benefits of the NERSA don't only accrue to that neighborhood, because what it actually means is that we can invest more in public services outside of that neighborhood as well. So for example, we just had our Choice NERSA approved this year, and that's why there were 3 programs that fell into it, and that meant that we could in turn award that amount more in public services to other programs outside. So, next slide, or rather this slide. Section 108. I was here a few months ago in July talking about this in detail, so I'm not going to dwell too much on it, aside from to say that our Section 1 application must be consistent with our consolidated plan, and so our consolidated plan includes this information about the Section 108 loan that we are preparing to apply for, a $50 million Section 108 loan from HUD to invest towards affordable housing production and preservation. Next slide. So we've talked about this before, so again, I won't dwell on it, but it essentially involves a series of agreements, one between HUD and the borrower, in this case the city, another between HUD and the fiscal agent, which I believe is the Bank of New York, and finally the fiscal agent and the city, and that will be the financing and loan agreement. And so we will come back to the Board of Aldermen when we have that loan agreement for you all to review it and authorize us to enter into it. Next slide. Theoretically, we could borrow as much as $90 million. However, we're looking at, in this round at least, applying for a $50 million loan, which would have an estimated annual debt service of about $4,250,000. Next slide. And what we're really looking at is repaying that $4,250,000 with the interest and principal payments from the loans we make with this fund. Next slide, please. And so some of the investments that we are looking at making, there's 4 kind of categories. The first is a neighborhood transformation loan pool to continue that market making work with a priority on distressed markets. The next is a major rehabilitation loan pool, really focused on large vacant schools, rec centers, and hospitals. There's a long list there of potential projects. A downtown revitalization loan pool, similarly dedicated to these downtown behemoths like the Railway Exchange, Millennium Hotel, and a distressed properties loan pool. And what we see here is that we've had a number of examples over the past few years of Heritage House and Northview Nursing Home essentially collapsing either due to physical issues with the facility in the case of Heritage House or financial issues with the facility in the case of Northview, and creating a fund where we can get ahead of these issues so that we can prevent the displacement of hundreds of seniors. And one clear use case is Homer G. Phillips, which is actually owned by the city but leased out to a management company, and which we will need to support in order to prevent the displacement of many seniors. Next slide. So with that, now I turn to our 2025 action plan and specific funding recommendations. I'll try and be brief because a lot of this is similar to last year, and the changes are the ones that I've already discussed. But next slide. So at a really high level with CDBG, and this is all detailed in Exhibit A, but we have a total of $18 million being appropriated, including $3.5 million towards public services, $1.6 million towards interim assistance and code enforcement, $500,000 towards commercial facades, that new program I discussed, $3 million towards homeowner assistance, $3 million towards housing construction, a little over $1 million towards economic development, $1.6 million towards public improvements, and about $3.6 million towards planning and admin. I want to start off just by saying a word about how these projects were selected and the process for funding. And it really starts for public services and economic development and public improvement. It starts, and pieces of housing and the commercial, sorry, for almost all of it really, it starts with the RFP and this open and competitive process. So we received more applications than ever before. Just for public services, we received 57 applications, of which we funded a little over 24. For facades, we received 28 eligible applications, of which we are funding about 16. Essentially, every application is reviewed first for eligibility and completeness. So that's the first round review that our staff does is the application complete? Is it eligible? If it passes this completeness and eligibility review, and most do, it then is rated by 3 CDA staff members. And so we create our rating teams. These ratings are blind. These raters don't talk to each other. They each rate the projects. And then we average them out. We do a tiny bit of weighting to ensure that projects don't benefit from just having the luck to be assigned to especially generous raters, and that also our harsher raters don't or kill good projects. So we wait a little bit so that we're comparing apples to apples. But then ultimately we take those averages and then we set thresholds. So this year, projects which scored above 90 points were funded in full. Projects which scored over 80 points were funded partially. In the case of projects that were previously funded, we funded those at the previous year funding level if they scored between 80 and 90. And then unfortunately, we did not have enough funding to award any new projects that had scored under 85. So 85 was our threshold for new projects. And that's really the process that informs the recommendations that you see here today. Next slide. And so you see a lot of, I think, familiar projects. Most of these have received CDBG funds in previous years. It includes Big Brothers Big Sisters, Youth Services, Mentorship, Boys and Girls Club of Greater St. Louis, that's the Herbert Hoover program, 2 awards there. Carondelet Community Betterment Federation, that's a food pantry. The City Councilor's Office, that's the Problem Properties program I discussed previously. City Seniors, that provides both direct senior services as well as meals to seniors. Covenant House, which provides shelter to 99 young people. Covenant House is our only provider of youth shelter services in the city, and there's extraordinary need. The Criminal Justice Ministry that runs a reentry program serving 100 individuals. The Department of Recreation for their expanded recreation program to keep those rec centers open later. Next slide. Employment Connection, which provides a series of programs dedicated to connecting low to moderate income individuals to jobs, a competitive employment program, a program focused on green jobs, and a reentry program. Food Outreach, which provides food assistance services, in particular in partnership with Doorways for individuals struggling with HIV and AIDS, as well as other individuals. They have a food as medicine approach. Mission St. Louis for their Beyond School tutoring and after-school program. Guardian Angel Settlement Association, which does great work providing childcare, senior services, food pantry. Hope House, which provides transitional housing. Interfaith Residence Doorways, which also provides housing to individuals with HIV and AIDS. Midtown Community Services, which has a youth development program. Mission St. Louis for here it's appearing again. Each one is a job training program, Beyond School, the after school program. Next slide. I think I ought to speed it up. Oh, I'm okay? Okay. Northside Youth and Senior Services Center, which, as their name suggests, provides youth and senior services. Youth Jobs, SDL Youth Jobs are first time receiving CDBG funds for their well-known Youth Jobs program. Seed St. Louis, which supports community gardens and orchards across the city. St. Louis Area Agency on Aging, which provides senior services as a division of the Department of Human Services. SLACO and their Development and Engagement Institute to provide capacity building support to neighborhood associations. St. Patrick's Center for both their day treatment program for individuals struggling with substance abuse, as well as their workforce development program. Tower Grove Neighborhood CDC that provides a really wonderful service to connect renters with landlords through a program that only provides one prospective tenant to landlords at a time, which helps reduce discriminatory decision making. Urban League, which has both a Save Our Sons as well as a Federation of Block Units program. And finally, the Youth and Family Center. Next slide. So those were all our public services awards. Then we also provide funding for the Land Reutilization Authority, the city's land bank. This funding has fluctuated in recent years. Back in 2020 and 2021, it was at $850,000. Then it went up for a few years to $1.7 million. Now it's back down to $1 million simply because we've also awarded $6.5 million of ARPA funds towards beautification. The Department of Parks, Recreation, and Forestry, this is where we moved Operation Brightside. And then the Commercial Facade Improvement Program, which we've discussed, again, the process, everything was reviewed by 3 individuals. Here, in addition to reviewing the proposal, there was also a vetting process conducted for the businesses, followed by a recommendation, fund, do not fund, fund with revisions. Anything that had a do not fund recommendation from any of the 3 raters was not funded, and we went through in detail to understand why. But ultimately, we did recommend funding 16 out of the 28 projects, which are listed here. I'm not going to read through them all. I don't know exactly each of their stories or buildings, but we can provide that information if needed. This is our first time running this program. Next slide. And there are some examples here and photos of some of these projects. Next slide. Next, we turn to home ownership assistance, where we are continuing to support the Housing Partnerships Down Payment Assistance Program, as well as the building division's work on our Healthy Home Repair Program, which I'll talk about a little bit more shortly. Mission St. Louis, basically, I'll talk about it now. Our home repair program is a 3-pronged stool, essentially, between CDA, Mission St. Louis, and the building division, where CDA conducts intake. If you're a low to moderate income individual that's under 80% AMI, that means if you're a family of 4 under about 80,000, if you're an individual under 56,000 in income, you're eligible and you own your home. without you own your home in full. You're eligible. CDA conducts intake, building division inspects the property, identifies the improvements that need to be made, and then Mission St. Louis bids the property out to their list of over 70 qualified contractors, and then enters into an agreement between the contractor, the homeowner, and Mission St. Louis, where Mission St. Louis serves as a middleman, essentially, helping the owner manage the contractor and helping the contractor manage the owner. And then we also expanded our home repair program loan pool in anticipation of ARPA funds ultimately running out, because as I will share in another slide, we have committed the ARPA home repair funds. Next, we have housing construction rehabilitation. This includes both CDBG and $3 million in home funding for a total of about $5 million towards housing production preservation, and a little over $1 million into our team's administration of those funds. And so these funds are going to be awarded pursuant to our February and March NOFA. So we don't have these specific projects identified yet. We will release notice of funding availability, as we do every year, in either February or March, and select those projects then and take those to E&A. Next slide. Economic development, as I mentioned, we shifted funding for the St. Louis Development Corporation into the category. The funding level has stayed the same. We're also excited to support the Launch Code Foundation. We helped support the development of the new facility on Del Mar and are now supporting some of that operations as well. And finally, Justine Peterson provides low-interest loans to small businesses with this funding. And finally, or not finally, there's also planning and admin. If you go back one, we have a series of public improvements projects, including $295,000 going towards improving the sidewalks and streets, alongside some recent and ongoing development of housing in Old North St. Louis and Hyde Park. We also committed $750,000 towards the Housing Authority's Al Chappelle Community Center, which is at the heart of Clinton Peabody. That's part of a broader investment that the city is making into Clinton Peabody of $2.9 million into that phase one. Clinton Peabody is the city's oldest public housing, built in 1942, including 353 units, and it's just imperative to redevelop, both for the good of the residents and the families currently living there, but also to contribute to a more dynamic and vibrant downtown area. Clinton Peabody is within very near walking distance of Ameren, Purina, and downtown. The Wellston Loop Community Development Corporation, this is the first time receiving CDA funds, was awarded $100,000 for a beautification project along Goodfellow, in particular focused on the Hillvale new redevelopment of that affordable housing, beautifying that area. Gene Slay's Boys and Girls Club was awarded $80,000 for a site-based club expansion, improvements to their facility. And Northside Youth and Senior Service Center was awarded $285,000 to improving their community center, including for accessibility to make it ADA compliant. And then finally, we're setting aside $100,000 for beautification of city-owned property, because we run into these challenges often over the course of the year where we own a property. There's so much property that actually over 200 parcels that have CDA options on them, and we want to be able to be responsible stewards of those properties. Next slide. And finally, we have planning and administration, and here's where there's additional funding for the city councilor's office, because they support all of our contracting work. The Civil Rights Enforcement Agency, which was awarded $150,000, and one of their big jobs will be, under this agreement, will be to create an updated fair housing plan for the city of St. Louis. CDA to continue our administrative work, this the same every year. The Comptroller's Office, the Planning and Urban Design Agency, whose funding did go up $290,000 as they have dramatically expanded their investment into neighborhood planning processes and strategic planning work to support that expansion. And then finally, and this is the same every year, $100,000 for SLDC capacity building for MWBEs, and this supports the plan room and a lot of the great work done by SLDC to support minority and women businesses. Next slide. This is just a slide focused on home repair, as I know that that's a priority for the Board of Aldermen. It shows that whereas we served 150 owners roughly in 2022, we've served 700 homeowners in the past 2 years. So we have dramatically scaled the program. You can see that as well in the expenditures, whereas in 2022 we spent between all of our sources, CDBG, LED, and ARPA, about $2 million. In 23, we spent $5.5 million, and in 2024, we've already spent, as of the end of September, over $5.6 million. So the program continues to grow. But the warning that I want to provide to you all is that we have fully obligated our ARPA funds. And so with home repair, it really is a pipeline in that if we're investing now for the home repairs that's going to happen in 6 and so we're going to continue spending a lot of money in 2025, but unless we find a new source of funds to start making commitments and closings on for home repair, that pipeline will come to a halt in late 25, early 26, or not to a full halt, but back down to the 150 or so homeowners that we were serving a year. And so there's an extraordinary need. We actually have 1,255 people on our waiting list as of this morning. One of the reasons that has gone up is that we have, for the first time, created an online intake portal, which is very helpful, but also makes the program more accessible and means that our waiting list is growing. And so I just continue the call to prioritize this, and in particular, prioritize it for some sort of local funding source. Because when we switch back to the HUD-funded program, it's going to dramatically slow down because every property now needs an environmental review. Next slide. This is a word on the public comment period, which again is through November 14th. How to submit public comment, either at cda@stlouis-mo.gov or in person, where to find the consolidated plan, and our next public hearing on Thursday, November 7th. Next slide. And then I'm sorry to go on, but I have one more thing to talk about, and that is disaster recovery funds. Because as I mentioned at the top, one unique aspect of this bill is Section 3, which appropriates the CDBG disaster recovery funds. And we'll talk a little bit about how those are anticipated to be allocated. Next slide. So we have produced a CDBG disaster recovery action plan, which is, again, currently available for public comment, and we anticipate submitting to HUD in December. It proposes just 5 simple programs. The first is allocating about $7.8 million towards home repair for individuals affected by the flood. And this is really quite intuitive. It was one of the top needs that we identified through the engagement, through the town halls, through the survey. The next is a home buyout program, about $5.4 million. And this is really dedicated to those individuals who live in a floodplain, who have significant risk of flooding moving forward, and is designed not just to buy them out, but also to provide them with incentives to be able to relocate. So whether that's covering moving costs, whether that's providing a bonus, because often the buyout at the assessed value will be really low because it's a floodplain. So this is really designed to enable individuals who go through this voluntary buyout program to relocate in a comparable or better neighborhood. And next we have green infrastructure. We seem to be hit by one of these 100-year floods every few years or so. I was talking with some WashU landscape architects and hydrologists recently who are explaining that St. Louis has one of the fastest water tables in the country, meaning that water moves through our city extremely quickly, and that creates a really high flood risk. And so anything we can do to slow that water down, to soak it up, to create it more of a sponge city, to improve our soil, improve our green infrastructure, that's the way we build long-term resiliency. And finally, part of that work, so the $9.8 million is set aside for green infrastructure, but But before we spend all of that, we need to make some plans, obviously, and dig deeper into where these hotspots are, which investments are going to give us the biggest bang for our buck. And so we propose here a series of 3 plans. One of them is just a hour-by-hour flood response plan. When there's a flood, what happens at every level of government? Metropolitan Sewer District, us, by state, the county, the schools, what is happening hour by hour when there is a flood. Second is a regional watershed analysis, stormwater management analysis, because we do have a regional watershed. And so we need to be able to make these plans in concert. And we need to understand where the county is building green infrastructure, because it's going to affect where the water is coming into the city. Because again, when there's a water event, all that water is flowing down into the city to the Mississippi. And we need to understand those flows really clearly in order to prioritize and strategize where to build green infrastructure. And then finally, the last plan is really focused on the River Des Peres. You can see on the right hand here that the brightest spot where we saw the most calls and most needs for service is in Ellendale, right along the River Des Peres, which overflowed its banks. We see a real need to invest into serious planning along how we can improve stormwater management along the River Des Peres. And then finally, there's administrative funds. Next slide. There's slides for each of these 5, but I'm actually going to skip through these in the time because I think I explained them all right, and I'm happy to take questions if we move forward. Oh, actually, I'll go back one. This map on the right-hand side is really amazing. I need to shout out our planning department for putting it together. It's an amalgam of a lot of different data sources, including calls for service for flood events, as well as Metropolitan Sewer District data in terms of some of those hotspots, as well as you can see here the hydrological and river structure underneath St. Louis. And this is really going to be critical and is essentially the foundation of a lot of our planning work in terms of where the water is flowing, where we need to build that green infrastructure, where we may not want to build housing moving forward as we work to develop a more spongy city and a more green and resilient city. Yeah, next slide. Trees are obviously some of the best green infrastructure. Next slide. Next slide. This is the administrative side. Timeline. So the action plan is currently open for public comment. We anticipate submitting it to HUD in December. We are hoping for HUD approval in Q1 of 2025, and we'll launch the programs in Q2 of 2025. Next slide. And that brings us to an end. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Take a deep breath. I thank you. There's no need for you to apologize, Mr. Pfeffer. For those that don't understand, this is the only part of the legislative process at the Board of Aldermen where we have the time, where we dedicate and hold the space for this, right? And for you to get all this information out. And there are people watching and there are people listening. And you can't say that you want transparency and you want information and you want to be able to ask questions and then not a lot of time for it. So I thank you for this very comprehensive presentation. I thank you for the maps. You know, I love the maps. And now since our vice chair is absent, I'll go ahead and move through the committee with questions. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the thorough presentation. One of the things that comes up in my neighborhood, I know Carondelet Light Community Betterment Federation applied and received some nutritional funding for the food pantry, was exactly that, with having to report income for each person that comes through. So is this a response to a lot of food pantries saying that they were having a hard time collecting that information?
Exactly right. And it wasn't just Carondelet Community Betterment Foundation, it was other food pantries as well express this challenge, and we do try to be responsive to our partners and, where possible, find ways to reduce that administrative burden.
I guess I had thought that was a federal policy for their federal funds coming through these programs. Is that not the case?
It is a federal policy under the LMI, eligible activity. It's called a matrix code. And so LMI stands for low to moderate income individual. And what we did is we shifted, or we're working to shift it to low to moderate income area. And so in their bylaws, and they may need to be updated slightly, they define the geographic area that they serve. And if that geographic area has more than X percent of residents under 80% AMI, then it can qualify as a low to moderate income area. And then so long as another percentage of their clients are from that area, they don't need to collect that income information because they are serving, instead of low to moderate income individuals, they're serving a low to moderate income area.
Okay, I think that'll make it easier for these groups.
That's our hope.
The one thing, I noticed the funding for STL Youth Summer Jobs. There's been a lot of discussion over the years of expanding that program, year round. Is that your impression that this funds will help with that, or is this still just for a summer program?
Unfortunately, I don't think that it is sufficient funding to extend it year-round fully. I think that they're a first-time recipient of our funds, so one of the first, and we also didn't award them the full request. So the first thing that we'll do, and we do with all first-time recipients, is that we sit down and we work together to define the outputs and criteria for their program. So we'll work together to define what we think are reasonable and feasible outputs for the $70,000 in funding.
So I'm excited to hear more about the green infrastructure program and planning efforts as that gets underway. Is that being worked through in conjunction with the sustainability plan efforts with the American Rescue Plan Act funds?
Yes, absolutely. The very first step in that planning process will be to release a request for proposal inviting various consultants, architects, engineers to propose or provide their qualifications and propose how they would undertake this regional watershed green infrastructure planning process. And we are developing that in partnership with the planning department.
I appreciate that, especially in terms of knowing that with the stormwater ballot initiative, or ballot proposition rather, that passed, that allows that it'll be broken down. The money that comes in will be broken down in various different ways. But one of the ways municipalities receive funding and need to allocate funding. And the question that was always in my mind is, who is going to be allocating that funding? If it's $1.5 million a year, and what plan is that following? Because MSD has identified hundreds of projects that they're working through. They've got about 100 of their 600 projects in a 5-year plan. Some of them, the ones that are not funded yet, are still city projects, many of them throughout, our neighborhoods here, obviously, that are waiting. So do you anticipate that will be the area that is planning? Is that planning process the same as what we'll be looking at for funds that are coming in through the storm funds?
It's a great question, and I certainly hope so. We had a conversation with MSD recently, probably a month or so ago, with the mayor's office as well, where we asked a lot of questions about this program and how it would work. And the big takeaway is that it's going to be application driven, meaning that municipalities like the city will apply to MSD and say, this is the project that we want to do with that, say, $1.5 million a year. And so that's exactly my hope, is that this planning process can inform both how we allocate the $9.8 million in green infrastructure funds from disaster recovery, but also that annual $1.5 million.
Interesting. One of the things that I think the city has issues with, across so many different funding mechanisms, is the compliance of the program requirements. How does your work here handle that piece? And is there, where can we find that information?
Yeah, so compliance is really our primary deliverable as CDA. Like, that is what our responsibility is to the federal government. That's why 1/3 of our staff essentially is under our compliance division and dedicated to compliance every step of the way. The biggest way that we ensure compliance is what's called it's internal controls. And we have a lot of different internal controls in place, but the biggest one is what we call our blue sheeting process. So that basically means before we do any contract, these are the steps that happen. First of all, the contract is, we meet with the grantee and prepare the budget and outputs and criteria and prepare the contract. And the contract, basically, this may be too much detail, so stop me But the contract involves a Part A, which is boilerplate compliance template put together in partnership with the city councilor's office. It doesn't change. It incorporates by reference all the federal compliance requirements that you could imagine, right? Part B is where it's program specific. Here's the outputs criteria. Here's what the program's actually doing. Part C is the budget, and then there's exhibits, and those we require programmatic and financial reports from all our grantees monthly. So every month, our grantees are providing us a programmatic report where they say, here's what we produce. So say our output was to provide childcare services for 60 children. Here's how many children we provided services to this month, right? Or whatever the output is, here's our progress. And then financial, here's how we spent the money. And actually, all of our funds are also on a reimbursement basis. So they say, we spent this money, and then they submit a pay request. And we only process the pay request if it is associated with up-to-date programmatic and financial reports.
Okay.
But there's more, I'm sorry. I'm just going to, because I think this is important in terms of compliance. And that pay request is reviewed along with supporting documentation, and then that reimbursement is processed. But none of that can happen until the contract is executed. And the contract can't be executed until, first of all, a draft of the contract routes on a blue sheet for approval. The monitor puts it together, and then it routes to the grants manager, routes to fiscal manager, routes to our compliance director. If needed, it sometimes routes to our attorney for review, and then to me. And then I sign off on the draft. Then the draft goes to the agency. The agency signs, prints out 6 copies, signs all 6 copies, comes back to us. It routes again, where now it's not just reviewing the contract, we're also reviewing all the compliance documentation that goes into the file. Do they have their central business index cleared? Do they have a SAM.gov? Have they signed all the required affidavits? Et cetera, et cetera. And there's a large file that goes along with each contract. So the first routing, we're checking the contract, right, to make sure it has all the compliance requirements. Second routing, we're checking the file, making sure it has all the elements that need to be there. Then once we're satisfied, and that also goes to our fiscal manager, our compliance director, and myself. Once we're sure about all of that, then it routes to the city councilor's office for review. Then it routes, once the city councilor is approved, to form to the comptroller's office that does another layer of review. Then it routes to, another thing that we require is insurance. There's a lot of requirements. Then it routes to the register that seals. Then it comes back to us. And it's only when that contract is fully executed that then we can start processing pay requests.
And the pay requests have a review process of their own with
Yes.
what they're submitting, and you do some sort of follow-up there with looking into what are you looking at for them?
Yeah, so first of all, the pay requests do have the review where it needs to align with the financial and programmatic reports, and it needs to be accompanied by supporting documentation. So that's invoices, payroll, what have you, right? And our fiscal team reviews all of that, and then we submit to the comptroller, and the comptroller also reviews before they submit a warrant to the treasurer's office to cut a check. Then you mentioned monitoring, right, and auditing. And then there's monitoring over the life of the program, where especially if it's what's deemed a high-risk program, and we do a risk assessment for all of our programs, we do a site visit during the program. But then also there's the audit after the program is closed out. And so we will go back, and we have an audit supervisor on our team who's doing site visits every week where they're looking through their records, making sure that there's backing documentation for the programmatic and financial information that was submitted.
Well, thank you for that. I'm sure I could think of more questions. I'm interested in the transition between SLDC and CDA having the facade program. I know a lot of neighborhoods in my ward, or a lot of businesses in my ward, have taken advantage of it, but I think a lot more would want to. So I'd love to maybe talk offline more about that at a later date, just to keep the committee moving. But I appreciate you coming, and appreciate all this being done.
Thank you, Alderwoman.
We'll go back to Alderman Cone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a kind of point of clarification. Are you planning on taking a vote on this today?
Yes.
So I have several questions on every other page. So I don't know what time is like for folks today, but this has always been a very important issue. I think this is the 4th time that I've been through a consolidated plan process for CDA. Generally, we have a separate meeting just to kind of review and discuss this. Can you talk a little bit about the economic justice index and also explain for the public like why CDA has a separate evaluation than SLDC for the EJI?
Yeah. So we say the EJI, but the truth is that there's different metrics that we want to track for making different types of investments. So our EJI is actually really focused around housing. That's how we use it most often. And in fact, the EJI is not used to make, for example, public service awards. So the reason that our EJI is different is because it's designed for housing, whereas an EJI that is designed for small businesses or an EJI that is designed to prioritize investments in health are all going to be different. But this EJI, it's also a living index. It shouldn't be static because our city is dynamic. And so that's why you see some of those differences. They are very aligned. Our EJI and the SLDC EJI largely identify the same priority areas. We sometimes joke that every map of St. Louis is the same, and while that's an oversimplification, there certainly is a lot of alignment.
And then what would we use the EJI for versus the MVA?
So the MVA is a document that we are required to create for HUD. And that's why for HUD funds, we also use the MVA to drive some of our housing decisions.
So the MVA was created 2014, I think was the first year that we did the MVA. That might be on here somewhere. But when we did the MVA, we started using that tool as a tool, obviously, for tax incentives as well, particularly at the time through our neighborhood development committee that saw tax abatements for projects under $1 million that were residential in nature. So for the EJI, obviously there is some overlap here, but and I'm sorry, this map is a little too small for me to read the key here. Can you explain I think I see like 7 different areas on here in the legend.
Are we talking about the EJI map or the MVA?
The EJI map, yeah. So there's various shades of blue on here, but you know, it's either my eyes or the size of the map.
Yeah. So what we did there, I'll explain, is we divided it into quintiles. So the darkest blue represents the 20% of the city that is most impacted by economic justice issues and that has the highest the most disparities associated with it. So lowest levels of life expectancy, highest levels of violence, crime, lowest rates of access to health insurance. And by the way, I'll also note, I'm happy to send you a link to a version of this map that's a lot larger and lives on our website, where you can also play with it and see, kind of disaggregate these different variables and see how they differ. The other thing that I'll note is that the way we ultimately identified this geography, which is in the map, is there's a very natural breaking point in the histogram. If you kind of do a kind of bar chart of the different scores of everything on the Economic Justice Index, it looks like this, Alderman. And so there's a very natural breaking point in the middle, so we cut it there. I think it's around 42 points, and then we said everything above that is in this geography.
So on the MVA, this looks a little different to me than the past MVA. Can you explain, these various categories, A, B, C, D, E? I see the analysis on the, what is that, page 10?
Yes.
But even just looking at the classifications that, that are on the map, it seems to correlate directly to the median sales price versus the other components on here. Am I drawing that conclusion correctly? Or
I think that the median sales price is definitely a really important factor. The way that they do the analysis, and we can schedule some time for you to meet with the actual analyst, it's called the Reinvestment Fund. It's a firm that does these analyses nationwide. But they do what's called a cluster analysis. So they take all these different data points, and there's actually another table with another set of data points as well that we just didn't want to overload. And they cluster and they find these connections, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. That's what we went through the last time. But on the map itself, the key seems to be directly associated with the median sales price versus any other data point that's on there.
That's what they use. Exactly. You're right, Alderman. And that's what they use to define what's A, what's B, what's C, what's D. But it's really interesting because I actually think that a lot of people could argue that the B and C neighborhoods are in many ways stronger than the A neighborhood. Because, for example, A is actually the reason why that median sale price is so high. Because there's very little for sale housing there. It's almost all rental. And so, yeah.
So with I guess with the median sales prices here, these are like some pretty wild gaps. So the median sales price is 19,000, which I think we need to just pause there. I mean, that's pretty astounding that the median sales price in any part of our city would be $19,000. In my ward during the height of the Great Recession, that was a fairly accurate statement, and my neck of the woods as well. But $19,000, and there's a pretty significant chunk of this map that's in that I classification here. Is obviously super concerning. And when we talk about the market being able to support any type of development, when your comparables in any neighborhood are that low, I would say really, and anything lower than D, it would be hard to get a bank loan. And I've mentioned this several times for any type of redevelopment projects. So oftentimes people are paying for that out of their own pocket, or they're taking out a home equity line of credit on a property that they already own or live in. So there's a tremendous amount of risk that folks are putting into any project that is in those communities. Similarly, for H, well, where I was going with this though, so you have 19,000 for median income for one, and then 41,000. That's a 22,000 spread. The next level up is 48,000. That's $7,000 difference. Do we need this many classifications if there's a $380,000 difference versus a $4,000 difference versus a $7,000 difference versus a $56,000 difference?
That's a really fascinating question. I'd never thought about that. I will pose that to them and see if they can rerun, because I bet if you rerun the cluster analysis, create 5 clusters, right, instead, it'll be a different map. I'll say, here's where they'll push back. And they'll say, if we do that, then we lose the ability to compare directly with 2014, 2019, 2024. And that is actually a very powerful comparison that we can do currently, is that we can track when are markets going from one category to another, right? And I think that's really important for us to understand. But honestly, that's no reason not to. We can have this map and make that comparison, and also look at a 5 cluster map.
So that kind of leads into one of my next questions, though. Why don't we have the comparison between the two on here?
We've requested it. We just weren't able to.
Because that would be an incredibly helpful thing for us to evaluate and
we will get it to
be
you.
Aware of as well.
We made the same request, and we'll get it to you.
And not just the map itself, but the data points that are associated with it, so that we can see the changes in areas. Especially when we hear a narrative around, families, Black families in particular, leaving North St. Louis. How does this correlate and translate into the data that we're seeing before us? There's a lot of information that's, circulating out there, but it's always nice to be able to synthesize that as well. I would hope that we kind of do these like year over year, analysis over analysis reviews, so that we can see trends that are happening.
It's a great point, and we will get you that data as soon as we have it.
But I really struggle whenever you have something that's broken out and there's no consistency in terms of how that's broken out. It just begs the question, why are we breaking it out the way that we're breaking it out?
Yeah, I do think that the 48 versus 41,000, if I'm recalling our briefing on this, one of the big differences there is the amount of public housing that is included in there and the amount of rental housing. But we'll dig into it, and if you like, we can even schedule a briefing for members of the committee with the reinvestment fund to dig into it.
Sure, but it's not just the 48 versus 41. There's the 183 versus 179. That's a 4% difference.
I think that one is really driven by the percentage of renters versus homeowners in those two different categories.
So again, I think that this is something that's a little worthy of conversation.
Absolutely.
Is kind of rushing through it.
But I do just want to note that the market value analysis is not part of the board bill today. You're not ratifying it. We can continue to refine it.
I understand that, but we're talking about the consolidated plan here,
Yes.
and the MVA is part of
That's
the
right.
consolidated plan.
That's right.
So, very much appreciate running through all of the investment examples here. I think that really does connect the dots. I think you've actually provided me with a map of this in the past of third ward related activities.
And we actually now have this available online for any member of the public that wants to click through each of these icons. There's information about each project. I can't tell you today that it is 100% comprehensive or up to date, but it includes the vast majority of our projects, and we're constantly working to make it more complete.
And so are these, when we're talking about the items that are on this map, are these specific only to projects, demolitions, et cetera, that are CDA funded?
No, it's
because that's another, okay.
No, it's broader. We've included a number of other, the unifying thread here is economic justice investments.
Okay.
But it includes building.
I think it would be helpful to see something that's CDA specific, since we are talking about CDA funds.
Yes.
CDBG funds that CDA oversees.
We can do that.
I would really like, I would like to see that before we vote on something, but I was also kind of hoping for some updates with respect to home funds and where we are with, there's always been such a huge list of applicants for home repair programs.
Home repair, yes.
And just where we are versus the number of applicants outstanding.
Let me actually, going back to your comment about wanting to see something that is CDA only, as I look through this, I want to note the only things that are not CDA are the building stabilizations and the demolitions. Everything else is CDA.
Okay, so you're not including Affordable Housing Trust Fund in there for rental housing or LIHTC?
I hadn't thought about it, but you're right. That's another one. But those are identified as affordable housing commitments if you click through it on the website.
Right. Okay. Again, it would just be, I think, nice to see something that's
we'll
CDA
put that
specific.
together.
Yeah. So.
And sorry, you had asked about home repair, and there we do have a slide where it shows that need continues to grow. I think last time I was here, we had around 900 folks on the wait list today. Even though we've done more repairs than ever before, we have over 1,200 on the wait list. Again, part of that is because of the online portal, but I don't want to sound like a broken record, but we need more local funds in order to meet the need.
I'm sorry, what slide is that on?
That is on slide, it's at the very end, but before the CDBG disaster recovery. So that is slide 58. And what you can see there is the way we have scaled the program. In 2022, we served 155 homeowners, spent about $2.1 million. In 23 and 24, we've served over 700 homeowners to date. And it's this slide. I don't know if you have it. It's slide 58.
Oh, 58.
We've served over 700 homeowners in 2023 and 2024 and spent over $11 million in those 2 years. So nearly a threefold increase in funding per year.
So, but in the past, we've actually seen a list of the folks who are on the waiting list, not necessarily individual identifying information, but, you know, when they applied, you know, where they are in the, you know, application pool, have they been, you know, awarded a grant, you know, are they under construction, has it, you know, so when I see, you know, 1,255 people on a waiting list, is that 1,255 people that have been on a waiting list for 7 years? Or is that 1,255 people because we've reduced the amount of time that it takes to get through these repair programs? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, because that's a good narrative to tell, you know, if we've got 1,200 people on there, but they've all been applicants in the last 12 months versus the last 7 years.
Unfortunately, I can't tell you that. We have accelerated the program, but still not enough. I mean, we're doing around this year, I think we'll serve about 400 people. And if you do the math, we've got 1,200 folks on the wait list. Even at this accelerated rate, it's going to take us, right?
That's still cutting the time down in half. I think that that's still a pretty good narrative to be able to share, that you're reducing the amount of time in half.
We can look at
So
those
it'd be
average
nice
wait
to
times.
have that information, especially, you know, we get questions, you know, from our community members who, you know, we send or refer to CDA or, you know, an agency that's working on a home repair program. And, you know, it's nice for us to be able to set expectations with them as well.
The other key thing, let me note, as you do set those expectations, is that we can accelerate priority home repairs that are a threat to, or an urgent threat to health and safety. So that's always a lever in our toolbox. And so when you put all that together as well, because so many of the folks that we've served actually have been priorities, so many of the people we serve maybe aren't waiting for a year, but I can't tell you that there's not people who haven't been waiting for 4 years, right?
What you can.
No, I can't. Well, I know that there's people who have been waiting for a long time.
Right, but that's,
it might be better.
It would be helpful to have that information.
I think the average wait times we can get, yes.
Okay. Not even just like where people are currently, like the number of people who are waiting for 5 years, the number of people who are waiting for 12 months, like.
So you're looking for a full spreadsheet of the 1,255 individuals?
I don't need a full spreadsheet, but I think it would be good to aggregate like where people. I mean, I'll take the full spreadsheet if you want to send it.
I've never seen this, so I'll have to work with our team and figure out what we can provide.
Okay. I'm sorry. I really do have a lot of questions.
No, please.
To be considerate here of folks' time, but with the 108 program, I think that this is something that a lot of folks are not as familiar with. In the past, I feel like we've actually had like a separate presentation on. Okay, great.
We had one in July.
Great. And so what projects are currently funded through or on the 108 project list?
So
existing current projects?
None currently. What did happen is that in the late 90s, the city applied for a Section 108 loan and received it for 3 types of projects. So we did a $50 million 108 loan to support the development.
The Marriott.
Exactly, of that hotel by the convention center.
Right.
Then we did another $20 million that went into Darst Webby.
Right.
And sorry, let me note, the $50 million to the Marriott, that was primarily paid off with a TIF. About $5 million was paid back with CDBG Section 108 payments. We did $20 million towards Darst Webby, which was paid back fully with CDBG. And then we did another $10 million of scattered site projects across the city, which was paid back with CDBG. Those funds were all fully paid off, I think, in 21.
Great. Okay. So other than that, how did we create the list of potential investments?
Yeah, so we discussed this a little bit in July, but we've conducted a public hearing. We used a lot of our consolidated planning process to inform it as well. in terms of listening to the community. I think that the basic ideas here of rehabilitating large vacant buildings and also doing scattered site market building development are ones that kind of rose up to the top throughout our engagement. I'll say the biggest impact that the engagement had is to say housing, 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 right? Because in theory, Section 108 loans can be spent on a hotel, right? Or can be spent on other economic development or improvement. But what we very clearly heard from our community advisory committee and others in the public is we have a housing crisis and we need to prioritize that. And so that's why all projects are focused on housing production and preservation. And then we looked strategically at where we can make the best investments. And so that's where you've got both the rehabilitation of large vacant buildings as anchors for these neighborhoods, as well as more scattered site infill development. And then finally, something that rose up again from residents, from community stakeholders, is this idea of preserving the affordable housing that already exists, in particular for seniors, because we have seen these really damaging displacements over the past year, and trying to figure out how we can get ahead of that cycle and interrupt it.
So how will the application process work with that, though? I have $50 million, probably any one of these projects could use a higher pool of money.
So what we'll plan to do is that our, I keep on saying February or March NOFA, let's just call it a March NOFA. The March NOFA will include typically it's an application for these forgivable loans, right? That we do with our bread and butter. This coming year in March 25, if we have HUD approval by then, we will include an application for a Section 108 loan. Because what we're applying to HUD for is what's called a loan pool. We're not applying to do specific projects. We're applying for HUD authorization to make these loans. And so then we'll do this notice of funding availability where we'll invite applicants to apply. Now, that's going to be one track. There's also going to be possibly a track for city prioritized developments in partnership with SLDC, where the city may identify certain priority projects and set aside funds for those. So we'll do both tracks. We'll set aside some funds for the NOFA and some funds for priority projects.
And just so I am clear on my understanding here, are you saying that the applicants for the Section 108 loans would only be for residential use?
The building can go towards, it can be a mixed-use building, right?
Okay.
But the Section 108 loan would support the housing component.
Okay. Okay. So I see St. Alexis Hospital is on there. Is that the Jefferson Broadway campus?
They're both large vacant structures in need of redevelopment.
Okay. I think I've taken enough time asking questions for now, but appreciate your us this afternoon and this morning.
Thank you, Alderman Conan. Just for people watching, for that background, again, I asked you that time to give us some context on Section 108 and education on the process during that hearing, so you can go back and watch that thanks to STL TV. It was passed out of the hearing on 7/2/2024, so you can go to the website and search for that HUD's hearing for that day and get all of the background information on not only the Section 108 loan and loan process, but also the resolution that was passed this year. And I'll turn it back over to Vice Chair Sanye.
I think Alderman Browning is next for questions.
Thank you for this really thorough presentation. And Director Pfeffer, I appreciate your enthusiasm for this work. You clearly enjoy it, which I think is a positive sign. And you also just display an incredible amount of knowledge about it, which we also really appreciate. I guess my only question, my colleagues asked a lot of good ones. My only question is really, is the administration working with our federal representatives to try to get more funding for community development block grants?
Yes, first of all, and thank you for the kind words. We have a really amazing team at CDA that does this work day in and day out, and it's a privilege. With respect to community development block grants, actually we were just talking with our HUD representatives recently, and I think there's a broad desire to see that increase for the reasons articulated previously. If we want to sustain some of this ARPA-funded work, it's one really clear way that we could expand federal resources coming into St. Louis. But it's a really challenging federal environment, as you know. The city does have a wonderful representative in St. Louis, Jim Brown of Brown Tracy Tucker, and his team, and Tracy Tucker. They're wonderful, but unfortunately our Missouri delegation, in particular in the Senate, doesn't do us many favors, but it is a priority.
Well, thank you. And yeah, I think this is a lot of the result of the lack of federal funding for cities that have really started in the 70s and has just continued. And what I don't want to see is us to scale things up because of the pandemic money we received, only to have to scale them back down and only be a couple steps ahead of where we were before. Because
Excuse me, Mr. Barney, could you speak into this, please?
I can definitely get closer to the mic, yeah. And making sure that we continue this progress, knowing that really it's not going to be 2 years of investment that's going to turn these neighborhoods around, but it's going to be slow and sustainable and, building upon success after success in the long term. So looking forward to seeing how we can continue that in the future. And also on the other side of this, talking about cost burden and talking about affordable housing, the other equation there is, of course, income, right? So you cannot build a house cheap enough if people's income doesn't rise as well. So all the struggles we're having, and I noticed that absent from this conversation today is the extreme cost of what it takes to build housing today, which is much higher than it was before the pandemic. That factors into the amount that we are trying to subsidize things, trying to continue to create places for people to live that they can afford, while also trying to deal with inflation and wages that are falling behind in our cities. So understand that you're doing this work in coordination with lots of different groups at the city who all do different jobs. And also, I want to take this opportunity to thank the building division for their work in all the demolitions that we've been seeing, which we know is really the first step to turning around some of these long neglected neighborhoods. So again, just thank you for all your work and appreciate this really thorough presentation today.
Of course, a lot of really great points there. I just want to pick up and comment on a couple of them. With respect to the cost of construction, you're absolutely right that due to supply chain shortages, materials have gone up, the cost of labor has gone up. We've seen 40, 50% cost increases on projects over the past few years. One of the things that we're doing to combat this is that we're currently doing a design competition in partnership with SLDC that will allocate about $3.25 million of ARPA funds. And what we've called on folks to propose there are innovative construction models, whether that is container homes or modular or 3D printed or something else that can bring this cost of construction down. Because you're right now it is totally unsustainable. I think I showed that our average cost per unit for a for sale home is $350,000. And that's really for a new construction. The rehabs can be even more expensive. It really is, it's not sustainable. And in order to have the type of impact that we want to have, we need to find a way to get that cost per unit at least into the 200,000s, if not lower. And so that's the purpose of the design competition, is try to bring in some competition. I think more broadly, something that we are interested in is how we can, currently we have a big open NOFA, right, where developers submit their proposals, and that's great. It's worked well, we'll continue to do it. But something moving forward that I think can also increase competition and possibly get costs down is if we start doing more site-specific funding opportunities, where we say, this is the parcel, we have this much money for it. Now developers, you compete to see who gets to develop this. And now instead of each developer submitting their own proposal, each with roughly the same cost per unit, now we have developers actively competing to see who can deliver it to us at the most cost-effective rate. So I totally agree, it's a huge issue. The point about affordability being primarily a poverty problem is also well taken. As I pointed out, we have 37,000 cost burden tenants. It's neither feasible nor necessarily a good idea to build 37,000 cost affordability restricted units for those. That's not a sustainable solution. Also, it would just lead to a lot of other vacancies in the market because the city is unlikely to grow by 37,000 residents or households in the coming 10 years. And so instead, we really do need to invest both in affordable housing because it is a critical part of the solution, expanding housing supply in order to prevent rents from continuing to increase the way we've seen over the previous years, as well as investing into holistic solutions to combat poverty. And that's where I think our CDBG program really shines, is that we're investing in a regenerative ecosystem that includes youth services and senior services and food and job training and health services, so that we create a pipeline where our families in the city can access the resources they need to grow out of poverty.
Well, thank you. And I do actually hope that we can grow our population 37,000 in 10 years. That'd be great. But obviously, we've got to take a lot of intentional steps to be able to do that. And part of that is having the available housing. I also kind of agree with my colleagues' comments about, the different proposed market rate value analysis with the different categories, basing those rankings solely off of median sales price. As you mentioned, that can be skewed by the availability of housing in that area. So prices are going to be driven up if there's a scarcity of housing. So if there's a lot of rental housing per se, then the sales price is going to be almost absent. So it's going to get weighted by, the very few home sales there are. And if there's not many, of course, their price is going to be high. So I would be interested in diving into that a little further, but otherwise, I just think this was all really good. And I think that the deep analysis that you're doing as you're doing this work is going to be really handy as we continue to try to grow our city and grow it equitably.
Thank you, Alderman.
Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for being here, Director. It is a very thick packet, but it is a lot of information, and I think as these meetings are public for individuals to be able to watch, the deep dive that you did into the work that CDA is doing is really important. I've had the privilege and honor to work with you on some of the projects when you talk about development and investing in disinvested neighborhoods, such as like Carr Square. It hasn't always been perfect, and I believe that's because a lot of communities have been disinvested in. City agencies, not under this administration of yours, have not typically listened to residents. And I know in the last few months, as we worked on projects, as you go look at Loretta Hall Park, I believe it's probably one of the state-of-the-art park when you look at the upgrades that have been made. And I just want to thank you, and I want to thank your team, because I know it takes a team to make all these things happen, the art projects that are happening, the Project Connect development that is still going on, the neighborhood banner signs, and all those things that are going on in the 14th, and the rehab of O'Fallon Place community is something that I think is really going to bring some positivity to a community that has been overlooked for a very long time. So I want to first give you your flowers while you're here, just to say thank you to your partnership and the city's partnership with making sure that this department is able to go out in communities and really help them out. So thank you so much. I don't have any questions. I will echo, I guess, sentiments of what the alderman from the 3rd Ward said when it comes to home repair. I know you guys are moving through that as quick as possible. Any ways that can move a little quicker? I know I've referenced a lot of residents to that program, and they say they've been waiting on that list for 3, if not longer, years. So if there's any help that we can be at the board, you definitely have our support to try to make that move a little bit quicker for residents who can tap into those funds to kind of upgrade their home.
There is help that we need, and that is additional funds, because currently, I remember back in 21 when the $15 million was appropriated for home repair, $15 million ARPA funds, the kind of broad consensus was, oh, we can't even spend that much, right? Because we don't have enough contractors, we don't have enough capacity. We have today fully obligated, effectively, those home repair funds. And what that means, as I was explaining earlier, is that it's a pipeline. And so if we don't allocate additional funds, local funds or ARPA funds, it's going to slow down starting late 25, early 26, because we make the commitments now for the home repairs that we're doing in the coming months, essentially. And so far from accelerating, we have accelerated in the past few years. In 2022, we did 155. Over the past few years, we did 700. We've nearly tripled the expenditures from 2 million in 22 to 11 million over the past 2 years. So we've accelerated, and we could, with additional funding, continue accelerating. I think there's great partnerships that we could build with local contractors with even more capacity than the ones we currently have on board, but it's going to require serious funding commitments. And so that is the need. I think we've demonstrated the capacity to scale the program, but it's still not sufficient to meet the need. And unfortunately, it will slow down soon unless additional funding is provided. I also really appreciate the shout out for Choice Neighborhoods, and I need to commend our team who did an amazing job managing so many diverse stakeholders there, including HUD, including community stakeholders, development partners. The stat that really blows my mind is when we started this work, when we first won the grant in late 2016, the median income in the community was about 14,000 median household income. Today, it's over 23,000. And I think you can see the enormous impact of holistic investments into that community. Similarly, when I started in 2022, we hadn't spent a cent of the $4.425 million set aside for community improvements. And there were a lot of folks, including a lot of our partners, that were saying, you should reallocate that funding into the housing. And we said, no, there's a lot of need in the community. We need to invest this into community assets. And then we wound up spending every single cent towards community improvements, including investments into the parks, as you mentioned, into public art, into 0% interest loans for the community. And I really am very proud of the work that our team did. In just the last few months, we spent over $9 million of choice funds into these various efforts. It was an all hands on deck effort at CDA. And we also couldn't have done it without deep partnership from HUD, from the community. As you pointed out, there was a lot of trust that needed to be built. I think that's why CDA to date had not spent any of those funds on community improvements. It's because there was not an alignment with the community on which investments to make. And so I think that's the nature of this work, is that you need to build that trust in order to then have the impact that we've seen.
Yeah. And I will, again, commend you and your team. I know the trust is still being built, and that's going to be an ongoing thing. But I've been able to see, like I say, firsthand how you guys have accelerated those funds, and welcome any of my colleagues or anybody listening to when you talk about seeing funds that we got actually go into effect. Please go down to 14th Street and Carr and between Cole, and just to be able to see some of those funds that have been put into use. So again, just thank the administration for continuing to invest in communities that have been overlooked. And with that, I would just love to be added as a co-sponsor to this.
Thank you, Alderman.
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your presentation. Madam Clerk, please add me as co-sponsor. And with that, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, you are recognized to close.
Thank you so much, and thank you again for the time today. We know that this type of process, again, although it's annually, it changes, it revolves, and being able to really do, as Alderman Aldridge said, this deep dive and take this time where, again, it's dedicated for this in the committee process and be it captured, thanks to STLTV, for us to share with our constituents, I think is invaluable. I did want to mention, Alderman Schweitzer brought up about that year-round youth jobs program, which Dr. McGlowan, I call her doctor all the time. She's doing an amazing job with that, and this will actually help, but there's still gaps there. We know that program helps youth across the entire city. And so thank you for uplifting that. And if there's any way, I know she knows that we will continue to support her in that work. Again, I appreciate you all's patience today. This is important work, and it's the work that we have a responsibility to do. And with that, I would ask for your favorable consideration and pass recommendation for Board Bill 115.
I make a motion that we pass Board Bill 115 with the due pass recommendation.
Second. Previous row.
Okay, thank
Being
you.
no objections, this bill has been passed out of committee. Congratulations, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Thank you. Now I will repass the baton. We'll switch the batons back over, and I'll recognize Vice Chair Sanye on Board Bill 114. Lord, okay. Look, I spoke about passing the baton, and I really did need to pass the baton. I'm sorry. Okay. And while she's going up there, I do want to absolutely thank the building division and the planning division and the mayor's administration for your patience today. We know that this is the annual process that we go through every year, and it can take time, but again, it's important work, and the time is there, and this space is dedicated to that. So we don't take it for granted that you all have been patient with us in the process today. Thank you.
Okay. I'll give us all a second to take a little shimmy, do a little roll neck and a little shoulder change. I know we've been sitting for a while. Today's presentation is one where first I think I would just start with thank yous and gratitude. I know that we've been having conversations about this topic for quite some time, have talked about many components of it. I think much of what we just heard from Director Pfeiffer has a lot to do with kind of the conversation and talking about who our city has been made for, who it's been designed for, who has a place in it, and who doesn't. So I think it's a great segue to this topic. Board Bill 114 is a proposed zoning amendment, Chapter 26. So it is important just to note that it is a zoning amendment, so it's not going to touch any other processes in place. And I am very lucky and happy today to actually, I'm not going to be the one giving you all the presentation. We have Miriam Keller from Planning who's going to be giving us the presentation. And so before she begins, I just want to again thank my colleagues. I've had a chance to talk to most of you all and have this conversation. I want to thank the mayor's office for coming to the table and working on this. I know some folks are going to be online. I know you all have been waiting for a while, but absolutely want to thank Mary Hart Berman from Zoning, Mary Hart Berman, Evan Winkler, Director Ware, Grace from the mayor's office, Casey Milberg, myself, the president's office, President Green, Cecilia. I'm trying to name off everybody and myself. We've been in so many meetings for months working on what's in front of you, and also just want to give a shout out to the Planning Commission who did pass this out unanimously with the recommendation. Before I pass it to Ms. Keller for her presentation, I want to also remind anybody in the public, if you're waiting to testify, you want to make sure that you signed up on the sheet over here on the table in front of the clerk's desk. And also just let folks who may be waiting online know that when we get to that portion, you have to get sworn in and raise your hand.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Miriam Keller. I'm a city planning executive for general planning design with the City of St. Louis Planning and Urban Design Agency. So I'll provide just a brief overview of the proposed zoning text amendment here that, as the Alderwoman described, very much was the product of kind of collaborative work that took into account all of the dialogue that occurred around this issue over the past year or more. So with this, I'll jump in. This will be sort of an abridged version of what was presented to the Planning Commission. And myself, along with colleagues from the Building Division and the Zoning section, will be available to answer any questions that we can help answer. So to begin, I think especially for members of the public tuning in, I want to address just the basic question, what are special residential uses? What are these types of uses in our city that we're talking about? So they are described in the board bill, but also described here as a range of unique housing options for community members not adequately served by other types of housing. So those include, but are not in any way limited, congregate or single-room occupancy shelters, boarding houses, rooming houses, transitional living facilities, and even dormitories fall into this category, as do halfway houses. So generally, these are types of homes that combine housing with some sort of service attuned to the needs of the residents. And I know members of this committee are acutely aware of this context, but again, sharing for members of the public tuning in that our city, many people in our city face challenges of accessing and sustaining secure, safe housing. This is a notoriously difficult challenge to measure, but what we do know is that in the August 2024 point in time count, over 2,000 people identified as homeless, or no, excuse me, this is not the point in time count, this is a different count of people identifying as homeless, but just this is the very recent data. Of those more than 2,000 people, almost 600 are people from chronic homelessness. And this issue impacts many types of people at many different stages of their lives, including children in the city. So just a kind of window into that challenge is data from SLPS's website indicating that more than 20% of all families in the SLPS system are considered homeless or housing insecure. And of course, that has a very powerful and negative impact on their ability to participate in school, in the classroom, and their kind of long-term educational outcomes. Access to housing and emergency shelter are not the whole solution, but they do play a very important role to meet the needs of people experiencing housing insecurity. Relief from extreme weather, and here I mean both cold but also extreme heat that the city of St. Louis increasingly experiences, escape from domestic violence situations, and also many times these special residential housing units are connections to services and supports, kind of places where people can learn about other supports, including options to support them in transitioning to permanent housing options. So now we're diving into kind of the technical weeds here of how special residential uses are currently regulated. There are two pieces of this found in two different parts of our revised code of ordinances. So the first is that all special residential uses are required to work through the plat and petition process. This is something outlined in Title 25 of our code, not a zoning regulation, but nonetheless is part of the regulatory context for these uses. Plat and petition involves collection of signatures from property owners or registered voters within 500 feet of a proposed site for a special residential use. If and when properties make it through that plat and petition process, successfully securing signatures, then they would enter the zoning approvals process. And of course, that is shaped by the regulations, the zoning regulations for how permits for these types of uses are evaluated. Right now, most special residential uses are conditional in many districts, but there are no clear requirements. And the definitions for many of these uses in our city are a little bit, one might say, antiquated and a barrier to kind of guiding the development and placement of these uses in our city in a modern way that is attuned to the kind of modern needs and how these types of housing are provided. But notably, shelters are currently prohibited in all districts, and I'll come back to this a couple of times, but this is one of kind of the flashing red flags in our code that are making it very difficult to provide special residential uses to people who need them. So the context for what is captured in the board bill as proposed, there are no current proposals to change this plat and petition process, What we are discussing here are changes to the zoning code, which have been reviewed and initiated by the Planning Commission, just as the Alderwoman described. Again, like the Alderwoman mentioned, the zoning proposal recommended by the Planning Commission and here before HUD's this afternoon is the product of a great deal of recent history and dialogue and deliberation. Again, as the committee members of HUD's know very well, last year the city considered a slate of board bills aimed at addressing this issue. So yes, a zoning code amendment that was reviewed and recommended by the Planning Commission, but also in this collection of bills, a bill to remove or reform the plat and petition requirement. On the right here, I've provided a high-level summary of some of the kind of key takeaways and points of feedback from that process of considering those board bills. So number one, the importance of treating these uses as conditional uses in any zoning district. Even with the creation of clear site requirements for permitted by right uses, there was a kind of a clear message and community feedback that at this time, it makes sense to treat these as conditional uses, meaning that they should be considered kind of in direct relationship to whether they're appropriate for a given site. So number two, sort of very, very clear community concerns about altogether eliminating the plat and petition process. And there were many proposals aimed at reform, but in the collaborative work together, I think there was a lack of consensus that emerged about either the best but also most administrable way to reform the process. And I think included in that is also administrable and maybe also legal within the parameters that our zoning code and building code operate within, and also a concern that potential reforms that may meet community desire and feedback may actually create additional barriers or hurdles or confusion in a way that seemed slightly counter to the intent, the overall intent of the changes. Number three, a clear point of feedback was the importance of increasing oversight into the operations of special residential uses. And a point here, which we'll come back to, is that kind of the internal operations of these facilities and types of housing, not entirely something that can directly relate to zoning enforcement. And so we have some creative solutions about kind of collecting an operations plan, but not placing what might be a kind of legally shaky legal requirement on any particular body within our city to enforce these things, but nonetheless shining some light into these housing options that provide really important services to our community's most vulnerable members. And then fourth, the notion of kind of creating more supports or kind of relatively encouraging somewhat smaller special residential uses. That was something that we saw a lot of other cities do in their approach to this issue. That didn't seem to be a very clear kind of desire or priority in community feedback. But you'll see that the proposal still does have a kind of a bent toward avoiding concentration of special residential uses within any given part of our city or within specific blocks in neighborhoods. So the community feedback from this conversation very much shaped the zoning change before you today, but so did still research into how other cities do this. So I'm going to provide just a very quick description of that. More than a year ago, before any proposal was brought to this committee, we did this research, and there was a focus on shelter regulations because of that issue where shelters currently are prohibited in all zoning districts. So we're trying to understand especially how other cities handle shelter regulations. We looked at a few different cities, which we thought would be interesting or relevant for a number of reasons. But here are some of our key findings from that work. So we very much are kind of on our own in prohibiting shelters in all zoning districts. Other cities allow them at least in one district, often in several or many. Other cities do have policy to encourage smaller shelters, for example, by permitting them by right in certain districts. Like I alluded to, that was part of last year's proposal. That is not part of this year's proposal because that didn't seem to remain a core priority in that community dialogue. No city we found has anything like the plat and petition process that the city used. Again, there's no proposal to change or remove or reform that at this time, but I think it bears mentioning. And fourth, that other cities had clear and modern definitions for shelters as well as other special residences. Other cities do not use or rely on these kind of antiquated, sort of anachronistic terms that are still within our zoning code to regulate these uses. And all cities had very clear site requirements. I'll get into examples of what's proposed for site requirements here in a moment. But again, just to highlight that in the context of shelter, homeless shelter regulation, whether congregate or single room occupancy, St. Louis really is an extreme outlier among the cities reviewed due to our just outright exclusion and prohibition of shelters in all zoning districts. Here's a little bit of a use table comparing where shelters specifically are allowed in different types of zones. Just take this with a grain of salt. Very hard to do sort of one-to-one, apples-to-apples comparison between types of zoning districts in other cities, but thought this was a helpful way to kind of let you see our current standing relative to other cities. The asterisks, in addition to the not allowed indication in the St. Louis existing column, indicates that not only are shelters not allowed, they also are subject to the plat and petition process. So the current regulatory goals, or I'll say principles, that shaped what's before you today were both the research and community feedback. And here is kind of my best effort at capturing the gist of it. It's not aimed at making it quote unquote easier for special residential uses to open the city, but instead it's focused on kind of three other specific goals that we hope will bring the city into better balance in terms of how we regulate these uses. So number one, a much more clear and predictable zoning pathway for how these uses will be evaluated and permitted. Number two, to preserve opportunities for community input even within the zoning regulation by establishing these as conditional uses, and to provide the city with some more transparency into shelters, both congregate and single room occupancy, and transitional housing facilities through the requirement of an operations plan that would be submitted as part of a conditional use permit application. So the new proposed chapter of the zoning code, which, by the way, for members of the public to understand, there's a lot of the board bill that simply does the work of eliminating references to these uses in other parts of the code, because the big idea is to organize all of this stuff into one new chapter of the zoning code. And so that new chapter is what I'm describing. It includes a very plainly stated purpose for regulations. It clearly defines all special residential uses so they can be predictably regulated. Three, it does create a clear pathway for special residential uses, including shelters, but all other special residential uses in all zoning districts. Number four, it establishes conditions and site requirements in order to provide very clear, predictable standards for how conditional use permits will be evaluated. And also, many of these site requirements are kind of specifically tailored to the potential challenges with special residential uses to ensure that within the powers of zoning, we can make sure they are as well integrated into their communities as possible, and that any potential negative impacts or externalities that these uses place on neighboring properties or surrounding neighborhoods, that we have some teeth in these conditions to help us deal with those challenges should they arise. And then number 5, there is a section ensuring that shelter operators do have a clear plan to adequately meet the needs of individuals they are serving. Excuse me, getting a little tongue-tied. So these are the 5 components, and now I'm going to walk through each one by one quickly. Many of these slides will have a lot of text on them. I'm not going to read all of this text, but I wanted to make sure it was part of the public record in this presentation and that it was available to return to discuss questions. So the purpose, just very plainly stated, I've bolded some key elements. So, clearly to regulate the location, establishment, and operation of SRUs. I'll start using that acronym because they are unique land uses. And so the aim of these regulations is to create reasonable restrictions. Number 2, and this will take us a few slides, are clear modern definitions for these uses. So boarding house, building official, because that'll help clarify different entities that have a role in administrating this process, dormitory, group home, halfway house, and then here continued rooming house, congregate shelter, single room occupancy shelter. And by the way, this is really important because these are, I think, 2 distinct types of shelters that should be understood differently. Special residential use generally, substance use treatment facility, and support services. And then finally, transitional housing and zoning office, again, because zoning office will have some kind of specific roles in administration of elements of these regulations. Well, all of the regulations, but when we get to the operations plan, you'll see why specifically mentioning them makes sense. The third element of the chapter is the proposed use table. And again, the proposal here is to establish them as conditional uses in all zoning districts. This is in contrast to not allowing them altogether, which would mean not that they would never occur, but that a variance would be required for them to be approved. But a conditional use rather will allow for a much more structured process for evaluation of these uses that is project specific rather than site specific, the way a variance is, and I think we'll probably get into this in questions. But it does allow for them as a conditional use in all districts. Again, this would be after a project makes it through the plat and petition process. And then maybe I'll say a different way just to emphasize this point, that the conditional use process really does give the city some more control and power in ensuring that these uses are sort of properly situated and established, and in the long term gives the city a little bit more control than a variance approving this use would. The 4th section is site requirements that would apply as kind of a baseline for any special residential use being considered through this conditional use process. And in the conditional use process, additional conditions that pertain to a specific proposal at a specific site can be considered and added. But what I'm outlining here are just specific baseline requirements that anybody would have to meet to be considered. So things dealing with the cleanliness of the site, providing refuse, not allowing selling of liquor. A lot of these are standard elements that are conditions for any use that a community may have concern about, and here we've just provided them right up front. But as we keep going, we start to get to site requirements that are somewhat more tailored to SRUs as a use. So thinking about parking spaces specific to employees, and clarifying that any existing special residential use would kind of be grandfathered in. That I think, generally speaking, would be true in the interpretation of the zoning code, but here we're making it more explicit and clear for anybody reading the rules. And in K are specific kind of spacing and distance requirements that are meant to, on top of all of the other processes and regulations, and just reality of site availability, just another final kind of check to prevent a very severe or very notable concentration of these uses within a small part of the city. Another part of the site requirements is to clearly state uses that would be exempt from the plat and petition process, ensuring and demonstrating our compliance with state law, and kind of reflecting things already within the building code. Then the fifth element is this operations plan, which would be required for any applicant seeking to open a congregate shelter, single room occupancy shelter, or transitional housing facility. Not all SRUs, but these three specifically. It would be a required part of the submittal before any conditional use hearing or conditional use approval could occur. And the design of this is that the operations plan shall be made available to the zoning office and available for any other city department to reference, and it can be used as part of the conditional use permit approval consideration, but it doesn't, because it doesn't place any requirements on the zoning office to enforce elements or compliance with the operations plan, because that would exceed their legal authority to do so. So this would make sure that the information is available to inform the decision and allow for it to be shared appropriately. And here are then the contents of the operations plan. So an organizational tree, clear contact information, a plan for the number of beds, a description of the services to be provided, the expecting length of the stay and the population being served, to note proximity to schools within 500 feet, and then other information. And what should be included here, and I'm uncertain why it's not, but part of the Planning Commission's recommendation was also a question to ensure that providers would be required to answer whether they intend to or have a plan to exclude certain users of such a facility in a manner that would be discriminatory. However, there are constraints within both state and federal law in terms of outright prohibiting LGBTQ discrimination in privately operated facilities. It's a kind of privately operated facilities operated as an expression of religious freedom, I should say specifically. So that is kind of a carve out, and I'll say personally, an unfortunate carve out within the context of federal and state law. It's a little bit of a wordy explanation, but I wanted to make sure the committee was aware. The Planning Commission also did recommend that question. And then here is the final part of that operations plan consideration, where it places some just requirements that this operations plan be available and that no hearing date shall be set until it is certain that the zoning office has received the operations plan so that it can be used and referenced in the consideration. Okay, I see what happened here. Had somehow a couple of redundant slides. So now in this slide, you can see number 10, a response to the following question: will you be serving everyone with within your identified population, regardless of race, color, national origin, ancestry, religion, age, disability, sex or sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, marital status, or retaliation. So again, clearly asking this question so that the information can be part of the consideration. This is intended to help guard against discrimination against all members of our community, but including LGBTQ community members. So coming back to the use table that kind of as proposed, comparing us to other cities, should this proposal be enacted, it would be establishing, again, this is specific to shelters, single room occupancy, and congregate, them as conditional uses in many types of districts in our code, all types of districts in our code, but there are several asterisks here which indicate, number one, that this would be subject to all of the site requirements laid out in the regulations, and number two, that this is also subject to these uses being approved via plat and petition, which does not exist in any of these other cities in the table. And so just kind of coming back to how these are proposed to be regulated, trying to zoom back out. Step one, plat and petition, no proposal at this time to change or reform or remove that requirement. Step two, the zoning approvals. What's proposed are modern definitions, all special residential uses as a conditional use with clear site requirements and a very clear detailed operations plan required as part of the submission. So that kind of closes. I know I said that would be brief. It probably wasn't so much. Thank you for bearing with me. But I know I'm happy to answer questions, and there are several other colleagues here from the zoning section of the building division and the building commissioner himself to also help answer questions.
If you want to just, we can go through the committee and take questions, and then whoever's best to answer can answer. I don't know, unless, Mr. Ware, did you want to give a general comment before we take questions? Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi. I feel it's a good piece of legislation. I think it's an enforceable piece of legislation. I do support the board bill as written right now. The two important enforcement tools that I have, and this is that everything goes through conditional use hearing. So I am so sorry. My apologies, Alderman. My name is Ed Ware. I'm the building commissioner. Thank you, sir. Can I put this here? Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. As long as you're close to it. Boom. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. The two important enforcement tools in this legislation is the operational plan. Gives us a lot of data and information for enforcement activities, not only for the building division, but for other operating departments throughout the city. It can be anybody from the police down to the street department, down to refuge, anybody like that. So they'll be able to access this if they need to. I do like the conditional use aspect of this, because before anything is approved and any occupancy that's approved, we set conditions on that occupancy, and that gives you members of the Board of Aldermen an opportunity to add conditions to this particular occupancy if you choose to do so, or the neighborhood. And then if we have a bad player, it happens occasionally, then we use those conditions for revocation and hearings and so forth and so on. So it's a very important enforcement tool for this type of stuff. I think that this is something we have to deal with. I think it's something that we have to try to regulate and control. Through an internal investigation inside our department, we found some alcoholic recovery houses that are trying to slide through the system They're applying for housing conservation and trying to go in under that, and they're overloading it. We're catching them one by one, and we're trying to bring compliance. They're sneaking in in areas and in wards where you don't know where they are, and neither does the neighborhood. So we're doing that right now. Also, back in August, what I'm concerned about and looking forward, I had a visit from a Dylan Holman from SLDC, Holloman, and a gentleman from the mayor's office, Gilberto. And both had said that there is a strong possibility that we're going to have an influx of immigrants from 3 cities. And they were just alerting the building division. They were trying to discuss how we set occupant loads on HCD and things like this. So if these 3 cities do have an influx of immigrants trying to relocate to St. Louis, I think there's probably, before they find permanent housing, there may be a situation where this shelter bill is going to be helpful to people. One of the areas that they're targeting right now is I'm so sorry. Thank you, Tracy. I need all the help I can get. Am I on? Okay. Or I could just yell. One of the areas that they came in, they're investigating right now, it happened in September, is trying to do a large shelter at a now abandoned Catholic school in area up off of Bancroft. So this would help us regulate that. They have not got too far on that right now. We went out, we did an initial free inspection, gave them a lot of guidelines, a lot of code-related needs. So I think the whole shelter situation is something we're going to have to deal with. And with that being said, I do support this board bill. So thank you for your time. Any questions for me from the board members?
Thank you so much for your context. And again, thank you for your patience today, Commissioner Ware.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have anybody else you want to speak before I open it up for questions?
I'll just open it up and then whoever's best to answer the questions.
Okay. All right. Alderman Cone.
I've already had an opportunity to review during the planning commission, so I'll allow my others. But
Okay. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Alderwoman, for presenting, and Mr. Ware, Ms. Keller for presenting as well. I really appreciate it. You know, a few questions. We've gone through the bill pretty fully, but a few questions. We did receive an email regarding any amendments that are made to this bill and how that interaction with the would work, or any bills that the Board of Aldermen makes amendments to that go to the Planning Commission. For the general public, can you kind of explain the process of what we'd look at if there are amendments to this bill, and how that would work?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's been, I think, for a long time, kind of the legal opinion of the city that to comply with state law, any kind of zoning regulation that's amended through the legislative process really ought to return to the Planning Commission for review. Now, there has not been clarity about the timing for kind of when the Planning Commission would take that back up. So we also didn't kind of reach that point last year that this one wasn't amended. I understand lack of clarity about timing may have contributed to that challenge, but nonetheless, a committee of the Planning Commission that I helped staff but did not serve on recommended several rules and procedures then adopted by the Planning Commission. One specifically addressed this and set basically a 45-day clock after which the Planning Commission, or by which the Planning Commission ought to take something back up for review after it's been amended during the legislative process of the Board of Aldermen and then submitted to the Planning Commission by the sponsor, kind of with some other information to assist the commission in its review. So anyway, there is a much clearer expectation for the timeliness of that review.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I would hope that if there are amendments that go to back to the Planning Commission, that they would be done all at once, so we don't start a bunch of different clocks. Okay. The operational plan submission is a little unclear to me. I had thought that before people were signing at the plat and petition, and before anyone signs anything, they would have received the operational plan. But it looked like in the slide it was broken down into plat and petition, and then operational plan was moved over to the conditional use process. So at what point, if there was a shelter that wanted to open in my ward, for example, when can you talk through a little bit more of the timeline of when someone would see the operational plan, how signature collection would work, that sort of thing?
I can defer to others who I think were more deeply in these discussions.
Well, as far as the operational plan, I think as long as the zoning department has some sort of proof that it is coming in, we, on the inspection side, on my enforcement side with my inspectors, would ask the potential occupant or operator, I'm so sorry, if they want to go through the inspection process. Do you want to just keep moving forward? Is that kind of the...
No, I'm
how it
wondering
falls into-
what time. So if there's a plat and petition process, obviously there would be a plat and petition process. This bill doesn't touch that. Just wondering, with the added layer of the operational plan, when, a constituent is receiving that plan, when, or does it happen after the plat and petition? I would appreciate that.
Right. Yes. All right. Good afternoon, Alderpersons. Evan Winkler. I'm with the zoning office. And to kind of address the sequence of events for the operation plan, nobody applies for occupancy permit until they've completed the plat and petition. And our office verifies that plat and petition, and then a verification letter is sent to BPS. So once that takes place, then we allow people to make that occupancy permit application, which will probably be done on STL City Permits or whatever software program the city's currently using. So similar to other occupancy permits, like for marijuana facilities, there are a series of questions already baked into STL City Permits that they have to answer as they're applying. And so that's where we imagine folks would be either uploading or answering questions for the operation plan for us to review as we're reviewing their occupancy permit for compliance with the conditional use portion. So if they do not meet the site requirements, they don't get to go to conditional use, but instead the application's denied, and they would have the option to appeal to the Board of Adjustment. But if it does meet the site requirements and we can send it to a conditional use, we will have that operation plan information in the occupancy permit application so that it can help inform our recommendation to BPS as whether or not to issue a conditional use or not.
Sure. I think my concern is, what do people know about what's going on before they sign saying they accept it? And whether or not an operation, they're signing that they received the operational plan, they accept what was being presented. I would imagine that they would not be successful in their conditional use hearing if they told the neighborhood one thing, got signatures for one thing, and then bait and switched to a completely different operational plan. That would go over horribly. That would be the public comment that you'd have at the conditional use hearing. But my I guess goal with this question is to figure out, when people are signing on to something, they want to know what they're signing on to. They want to know what this is going to be, how many people, what the plan is, but a lot of that is also talked through with the community when there is an opportunity to sign on or not sign on to something. So I'm just trying to figure out the timeline for when it makes sense to have that ready, because in some ways they might want to have it ready before they ask for a single signature, so that people know what's going to happen. And in other ways that I can imagine there would be some, neighborhood back and forth conversation about number of beds or types of services or whatever it is that the neighborhood thinks is important or want to see. I think you seem to want to speak on this.
Yeah, I think what's probably important to remember is that the plat and petition process is completely independent and on the provider's end. So we did talk about in our working groups, how could we, if it was an option to have the operational plan to be a prerequisite to the signature collection, but there's no way that we could make sure that a provider would reach out to the city and would be in communication with the department prior to the plat and petition. So we didn't want to put anything false in the bill. So instead, the way that the bill works is once the person collects their signatures, their plat petition is verified, then the conditional use process goes up. And the moment that the zoning department, that requires the operational plan. So even before, once the zoning department goes and puts up the public notification at the office saying, hey, there's a hearing coming, at that point, we will be able to ensure there's an operational plan. But I think logistically, we just had a hard time internally figuring out how could we do it beforehand if a lot of that was kind of on the provider. The city's enforcement really kicks in once they have officially applied, have gotten approved, and are now going through our conditional use hearing process.
But by the city would have provided the provider with the names and addresses of the 500-foot radius, or is that completely on the provider to find out for themselves?
They do come to us and we work with the Board of Elections, but it's just no way to guarantee, like, okay, so when we say that providers, you need to have your operational plan and give it to them at the doors. If a resident comes back and says, well, nobody had an operational plan to see it, it was just kind of iffy doing that. But we knew for sure, hey, if we can make sure nobody gets a hearing before we have an operational plan, and we can make sure that there's no hearing set, and by the time a hearing is set, anybody who reaches out to the city can ask for the operational plan, then we'll know 100% rather than leaving it to some of the iffies of someone just kind of independently going through a community and gathering their signatures.
Yeah, I just think it's an interesting piece that will, if this passes and becomes a new process, if a neighborhood, if people within the 500-foot radius, business, property owners, residents, voters, whatever that is, they, to get to the majority, people sign on, making sure what they think they're signing on for is what the operational plan is that's been submitted. And the only confirmation, I guess, of that would be in the hearing, people would be able to say, that's not what I signed on for.
So, yes, you're right. It would be great to have an operation plan up front. Part of the difficulty is we're only reviewing Chapter 26 at this time, but they're also not required to provide an operational plan at all at this point.
No, I get that, yeah.
And so I do think, yeah, it'd be great if we could have an operation plan up front, and we can't guarantee that people will be honest with the constituents. I will say though, like I went back today to look just to see, since 2020, only 6 plat and petitions were actually able to be verified, meaning of those 6, only 4 actually got occupancy. So that's like 1 special residential use per year.
Mm-hmm.
So I think from a bigger picture, this is really an opportunity to kind of chip away at really outdated zoning codes that are exclusionary to the extent that we can't even open shelters.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think this at least gives us an opportunity to move forward with getting more information. And actually, this is additional thresholds that our current process doesn't require with the conditional use and an operation plan. Is there a way to think through that? Maybe, and I hope so. But yeah, at this point, I do think this would be helpful.
I appreciate it. I'm just getting clarity on the things that I got confused about.
Great.
The enforcement process, Mr. Ware, you spoke about a little with regarding conditional use. Can you talk a little bit more about how enforcement is working now with, you mentioned there's some that have opened without going through the process, perhaps opened illegally. Can you talk a little bit more about the enforcement process there?
As far as the enforcement process on what, Alderwoman?
Of special residential uses that may have opened without having gone through the process as it is laid out now.
And I think I want to make sure, I think she's referring to the sober houses, which I know is talking about today, but you mentioned to us in your comments that you all have identified some sober houses, right? Is that what you're referring to?
I was talking about
that had gotten through the cracks.
Just the enforcement
It
now.
depends on the classification it's going to go into. Like I think you're talking about as far as setting occupant loads. Is that what we're talking about?
Sure, whatever, how you imagine the process going with.
The basics of going out there is first of all, we're going to make sure that the square footage. We'll start with the basic things: smoke detectors, fire suppression system if it's needed for that type of facility. The different code requirements are based on the type of facility and the activity that's occurring out there. A single-family residential shelter is going to be a completely different type of inspection process versus a congregate shelter type thing. On those things, you're looking at something similar to a dormitory. We had this massive amount of people there. We want to try to regulate it as best we can as far as square footage per person. We do the same thing under emergency shelters whenever the city declares an emergency during the wintertime. We go out there and we try to establish a safe, habitable space as best we can. So depending on what type of shelter or what type of activity that we walk into, that dictates the code enforcement process. Some of these things may need sprinkler systems. They all definitely have to have smoke detectors. Some may need exit lights. Some may not need exit lights. So enforcement is all based on use group categories. Every use group category is a hazard level inside the code itself. Every hazard level inside the code itself then triggers code enforcement activity through the building code, through the fire code, and through the property maintenance code, and through the legislative ordinances that you pass through this body here, housing conservation being one. So depending on what type of shelter is applied for, then that takes us down different pathways. So there's no one generic pathway for enforcement, unfortunately. I feel like I'm talking a little bit of a circle here.
I appreciate it. No, I think it's interesting to, I think the conditional use process being added as another layer is a really interesting way to make sure that there's more community conversation that's part of this process as opposed to just the plat petition process. This is obviously an additional layer, difference in a variance. I think some of the concerns that my constituents have expressed to me, is the being conditional in all zoning districts, single family to industrial. Why all of them instead of just some of them? The other cities that you mentioned, they do have some of those restrictions with size shelters in different zoning districts. Remember from the presentation in the previous iteration of the bill, the different places that were had different layers in there. And I think that another piece of information that I hear from folks is, how does this address the overall knowledge of need for shelters and type of facilities that are needed within the city and within various parts of the city? And obviously, it's just it's more of a procedural change without the for what part that I think is being established by East West Gateway Collaborative regionally. And I'm interested in how that overlaps with this process, or if you feel like it's more of just this is the procedural changes that are needed to eventually implement what we hope comes out of this in terms of a regional plan. And this is my last question, as I know other people have them.
Okay, not to belabor enforcement, but I just want to touch base on how zoning will play up. I think I'll hand it over to Miriam to talk about the regional perspective. So the zoning office does and will have the authority to investigate those site requirements and then any other additional requirements that are part of their conditional use hearing. And so honestly, the easiest way is if folks simply email us and say, hey, we believe they might be in violation, and then we initiate an investigation, or typically an alderperson would send us that email. And all of the site requirements that are kind of baked into this legislation are things that zoning can actually enforce. Since we do not have right of entry, that would take an action of a building inspector. So.
Well, I was actually going to see Casey Milberg is helping to care for a new nephew, but she may be on the Zoom, and I know she's had some discussion about thoughts about how this fits into the.
She's on Zoom.
She is? Okay, great. Casey, I don't know if you wanted to touch on kind of how this fits into the regional conversations underway.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for the thoughtful comments so far. Talking about how this legislation works within the broader context. Of course, this week we have the Regional Housing Summit that's underway through East West Gateway.
Yourself.
Oh, sure, of course. I'm so sorry about that. My name is Casey Milberg, and I serve as the Policy Director in Mayor Jones's office. Okay, and I'll just keep going. So this legislation does not supplant or interfere with any of the regional strategy work that the city is pursuing. It is indeed more process oriented, and we know that alternative housing, whether it's shelters or transitional housing, that, you know, it's a multifaceted, multi-pronged approach. And so if it helps to conceptualize this in a way, this legislation proposes more scale back, smaller changes to the processes for a lot of these existing facilities than the broader strategy in terms of how are we going to really hone in on making certain kinds of facilities more widely available, better funding, more comprehensive coordination. That is the work that's being undertaken and envisioned through the regional housing strategy. So this is, again, more of that I think it was perhaps Alderwoman Schweitzer who, you know, phrased it as is it more of a more smaller process oriented approach? And that is what this is. So this is something that is, I wouldn't say is dispositive on any of the work that's being undertaken through the housing summit that's currently happening.
Thank you. I appreciate all of the time, and I appreciate the amount of time you're giving in committee to have discussion, and then you know, not having a vote today. I appreciate the ability to deliberate. That's really appreciated. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to thank Alderman Spicer for her question too, because listen, when a commissioner stands up and says something has slipped through the cracks, that causes pause, right? And so making sure that even though you were referring to sober living houses, I want to make sure that when we talk about finding and catching, I'm so glad, Mr. Winkler, that you brought up that process, because we deal with that in our constituencies and in our communities a lot when people call us with complaints about something going on and not knowing that part of the process that we call you and then you track it, and then building division has the right of entry. So thank you all for bringing that clarity up today as well. Alderman Browning.
Thank you. First, I just want to thank all of you for your work on this. I understand this is a team effort and that it's a lot of work to really make sure that we're going through this carefully and having the intended effect that we want it to have. I just had a couple questions about different components of the bill. The operating plan seems like something that is long overdue. I'm excited to see that in there. I had a question about I don't know what to call it, the proximity ban, or just what I'm going to refer to it as. So I noticed that it kind of grandfathered in existing providers that might want to open a new location nearby. In my ward, I have the Independence Center, which does fantastic work. They do a lot of permanent supportive housing, and they might want to open new facilities. The neighbors are familiar with them. They do a very good job at it. So I don't think anyone would have an objection to them opening facilities. And as I understand it, under this bill, they would still be able to do so. Is that correct?
I can answer, and if you have a follow-up. It would depend on where it is that they're trying to expand their facilities. So expansion, because they already exist, they would be expanding. That wouldn't be a second facility. So that concentration language that's in the bill wouldn't apply if they were trying to expand. If they were trying to go somewhere else and start a completely new operation, a new community or neighborhood, then they would have to go through it. But I will also let Mr. Winkler follow up.
Yeah, I mean, that expansion piece is a little bit tricky without knowing all of the details of a certain type of expansion. I mean, there would be ways to work towards it. Each, though, facility would need its own occupancy permit. So if it's, you know, down the block, but it's still like an operation of an existing kind of building, yeah, they wouldn't be permitted on that block. But if it's like next door and they have the opportunity to consolidate and then it's one parcel and they can get one occupancy permit, there would be opportunities for that type of thing.
Thank you. Alderman, most of the time on expansion, go back to the places that are operating now through BPS licenses and so forth. Everything that's in the Chapter 25 of the 70798 Chapter 9 that regulates a lot of that on expansions, clearly dictates that they're going to have to go through all the construction work if they want to expand it to multiple beds and so forth through the existing building code. So there's a plan review process, there's an inspection process. Will we allow it? We don't know. They have to meet all of the construction criteria for this expansion itself. In other words, they may have 10 beds and they want to expand to 15 because all of a sudden they want to remodel or add on to a third floor. So it will go through all the planning, the inspection, the review, everything. Then most of those are under the old BPS license. And then I believe BPS is even going to have to revise their separate license to see if it even allows the expansion. So it's a little different, complicated game right there. So
I guess my question was more specific to the being able to operate under if we pass this, that ban that kind of exists about the use of the property. So again, I understand if the way I'm reading it is that a current provider operating would be able to say open something next door. Say they could buy the building next door to their current facility. They would be able to do that if they're a current provider. But if they wanted to say a new organization was opening up, we'll call it, just a new thing, but the same type of deal, but a new one was opening up, they'd be limited in where they could do that because they couldn't select somewhere that already had an existing provider within 500 feet.
Yep.
So I'll answer and then ask Evan to elaborate or correct as needed. So existing providers who are operating with a legal permit and good standing, this won't impact them. I think that would kind of generally be the case that would kind of violate a sort of due diligence principle if, we can't shut people down if they were kind of following all of the laws at the time that they opened up. One of the pieces of that, you can call it kind of distance requirement or spacing requirement, is it's no more than 2 uses on a city block. So actually in the case of the Independence Center, they would, unless there's another special residential use within a city block, and here not block face, but city block, right? So they would actually not face a barrier in doing that due to this site requirement.
Sure. I think I hear what you're saying is like, okay, there's a special residential use home, they've got 8 beds. They're like, oh, there's a house down the street that we could also operate and have 8 more beds, but it's under the same kind of nonprofit or what have you. The difficulty though is that house down the street also needs its own occupancy permit. So unfortunately, if it didn't meet the requirements of the distance and so forth, it would not be permitted. So that would be something that either the legislation would have to change to kind of allow some kind of exception, but that because it needs its own occupancy permit. What are you thinking?
I wonder if it would help to pull up language.
Sure. Yeah. Do you have the clicker?
Thank you. That's a good suggestion.
Turned around myself.
Yeah. And I apologize. I know this has been a very long meeting, but I think this gets to a important question. I think I understand the intent behind a proximity ban, but my concern is that we already have some very good providers, and I want to make sure that we continue to allow them to expand, especially when the neighborhood's already okay with it. Like we already have people that are trusted, and so we want to make sure that they're not hindered. But also, like, say a new one came along, we'd want that to be able to establish itself as well, knowing that we're not really getting by with just the providers we have right now. So that's just why I'm kind of trying to dig into this a little bit.
So it would be, yeah, it would be 500 feet. And I would say too, again, when this came up in our working group, we did talk about situations like that. But again, because the conditional use process is so community centered, they should be able to get community input if they were already there and they were already trusted. And we were balancing the concern for that with the concern of neighborhoods, primarily in downtown and North St. Louis, who talked about a feeling of an oversaturation and a desire for wanting some protections in place. Yeah, like for concentrated poverty. So, you know, it's a strict balance to put there. I think though, with the room for expanding if you're near, is to do it. And I think when we were in our working group, we really discussed the trade-off of, you know, how do we make sure that we're not concentrating poverty and that communities are getting that protection up front, knowing that we're having this conversation and this is a pretty significant zoning change, while also creating room for providers who are already in place. So I think the best way that we kind of landed at was, let's make sure everybody's grandfathered. If they're hoping to expand in a community that's already familiar in them, they would, you know, it is room for two, but if the same one, they don't necessarily count as two. But also if they had to redo this process, because it is so community centered now, if that community is already familiar with them, they should be able to get the support that they.
One small additional point is, like any applicant, they would have a right to appeal a denial. And so I think generally we're trying to prevent lots of these things ending up at the Board of Adjustment, because those variances run with the land, where a conditional use permit is more about, you know, the operator and an occupancy permit. But for kind of extenuating circumstances, they would not, kind of at the very end of the day, have no opportunity to appeal.
I'll add one more thing that I just remembered, is that the current regulations dictate a neighborhood density for these types of facilities, and that's 1,250 feet from another listed facility. So this is a reduction, although maybe not the reduction you're hoping for.
Yeah, I'm not, I don't know if I'm hoping for any one way or the other, but I just want trying to make sure that, you know, current operators in the city are not hindered from continuing to expand their services, because generally I think people don't expand their services unless they feel there's an actual need for that, and then they also have that ability. So would hate to put more barriers in the way of that. But I completely understand, again, why this is in there. I understand the point about concentrating poverty. But in my experience, when we have good operators and you have people that are being cared for, the impact to the community is negligible. So like we're protecting against something here that almost is never really a complaint anyway. What I think what my colleagues' comments were about, and what a lot of people are concerned about, is the large congregate shelter, something that is at least perceived to have more of an impact. And I think when we were discussing this bill previously, what I was really interested in doing is digging into the impact to communities from different types of shelters and special residential uses, knowing, for instance, that like some things, again, have almost no impact, some things have larger impacts, and that communities ought to be rightfully concerned with the impact that something might have. I wouldn't want, you know, a liquor store opening up right next door to me, for instance, like that, and we have rules about that too. So I get that this is a kind of an administrative cleanup, and that's why I think that this is something I'm happy to support. But it's definitely, I hope we can see some more progress on this in the future, especially as our city expands capacity to administer these things. Because the other thing I'm keeping in mind here is that while we'd love to have probably a more dialed down system that can be really specific to each need, I don't know that our city has the staff to do that. So being sensitive to that as well, I think you've found a really nice compromise of clarifying the process and making it a lot easier to understand and easier to navigate for people who are trying to open these much needed facilities. So thank you.
Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. First, to the Alderwoman, I want to kind of thank you for your process to have, I think, the building division and zoning and the mayor's office. Probably the first time we had a Zoom where we had someone taking care of a baby and still trying to do the work of the people. So to Casey and Grace, shout out to you all for, well, Casey's got the baby, but shout out to you too, Grace. And to the present office. Sometimes I know when we do legislation, we think it's a good idea and we don't tie all the entities together that have a hand in this process. And I know it's been several individuals in different departments that have come together to kind of do some cleanup. So I want to just say thank you on your leadership on that, and for continuing to reach out, every Friday. Probably get tired of you saying it at announcements, but reminding your colleagues that there's an opportunity to engage in this process. I do want to dig into the density part a little bit because Alderwoman, as we spoke, that is probably my biggest concern is how do we ensure that we make the process not easier, but a little bit more fair, because it is very difficult to open up or even just start the process of getting a shelter going. However, as I will continue to say, my ward has the most. We just literally did another opening of a shelter with Peter and Paul that through a process where community wasn't aware about it because they was able to just buy the building and do the platinum petition, kind of got overlooked. But it's important that we don't concentrate not only poverty but these shelters on top of each other, not spread them out through the ward. So just to make sure that I'm correct, so there, and I think it may be piggyback off of the alderman from the 9th, so there can't be 2 special residential units within 500 feet, and they can't be on the same block? There can't be 2 on the same block?
So there can't be more than 2 special residential uses in the same block. There could be 2. There can't be more than 2 on a city block. And they can't be within 500 feet of each other. So that was really from a radio perspective, wanting to make sure that, we might say you can't do 2, and then you might see an applicant try to apply across the street, and we want to make sure that the 500 feet would be all encompassing of anything around it.
Okay. And I know some blocks are, not each block is the same distance. Some blocks are longer than others. So technically, there could be on a 1 block, there could be 2 special residential.
I'll ask for the specific language, but we do want to note the word city block, because we did discuss that when we're doing the legislation, and city block refers to a specific distance, but I'll pass the mic for that.
Yeah, because of the way we number our city blocks, it could potentially allow for like a certain street between 2 other streets to have, a total of 4. Because one side of a street is a block number, and then across the street, a different block number. That's how we determine what the city block numbers are. They're numbered. So potentially, yes, you could have 2 on one side of the street in that city block, and then 2 on the other side of the street in that city block.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of continue to be my concern. It's not that I, is against these opening up. Like I say, my fear is, that there's a nice amount of distance so that one way or another we do not have, like you say, 2 on 1 block, and then across the street you got 2 more. And if I'm not mistaken, did you say you guys reduced it from 1,200 to 500? And the thought behind that was
that the city of St. Louis is 62 square miles and 1,250 feet is so wide and so just pretty large that it would have eliminated a nice portion of the city from being a place where it could go.
Yeah, and I know it's a hard balance because I also agree with the alderman from the 9th. I think of like live, sober, home. When I used to stay on Wright Street at the top of the block, they have a great facility, and they just recently bought the old unit that I stayed in to be able to expand, and they do really good work. Again, I just density will continue to be a fear, and I don't know what the,
I mean, I think between the concentration language and the conditional use process and the signatures, if a community really does not want, it feels like we have enough facilities there. They have to get 51% of people to buy in and say yes. And then they have to turn in the operational plan. And then they have to abide by the concentration standards. And then they have to get approval at the conditional use. So I think that for communities that are concerned about oversaturation, or even for communities that really would prefer not to have them, there are still many places within the process that's being proposed to say no and to object. And in many ways, because you have to do the 51% of signatures before you can even get a hearing, there's got to be community buy-in to even get to that step, where I think there's plenty of protections to help prevent the oversaturation piece.
understood, but just so I'm also clear from what Ed said, is Evan, and we've been emailing, so it's so good to finally see you. To be clear, on one city block, you can have it two, and then right across the street, there could be another two. Outside of, I hear what you're saying, there's a process where residents can come out and do the, speak against it, and it doesn't open. But technically, there could,
Particularly with community approval.
if I could finish real quick, technically there could be four within a very close distance, if the community wanted that.
I mean, it would have to be outside of 500 feet. Like, they can't be 500 feet within each other. But I guess if someone wanted to go 510 feet, they would technically be outside of that. If they were able to, get the signatures and get the approval, they could. But that is why we added the 500 feet language, because it's not just for city block, it's 500 feet all around. And that was to kind of protect from a situation where there might be two over here and two over there.
And maybe I need to pull out my tape measure, pull out my Apple phone to see, it's like 500 feet from like here to the board. I'll do that later. The other part, I guess, is a question for Mr. Ed for the effective date. So I do see in it that it says is effective, feasible, depending on the building commission, if you guys can make this happen, or 6 months. Is that 6 months, I guess, enough amount of time to pull all this together?
I think so. Yeah, we're confident we can do that, yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
All right, we can move to, unless you all have any other comments, we can go ahead and move to public comment.
Oh, I don't know. Did Grace or Casey, did you all have any comments that you wanted to give in general? And I'm sorry, Director
Really
Milburn.
quickly, sure. Again, Casey Milberg, Policy Director in the Mayor's Office. I'll really quickly weigh in both in the interest of time and being respectful of the long day that you guys have already had, just to echo and amplify all of the comments that have been shared about the intent of the legislation. Its attempt to be responsive to a lot of the extremely valid concerns that were raised when this topic was brought up last year. It's been a really intensive deliberative process with a lot of conversations between a lot of different city departments and agencies to try to strike the right balance and find an approach that is smart, is workable, is enforceable, provides consistency, provides for a little bit more enforcement and oversight and transparency, and also provides a way that allows the community with a little bit more input should any of these facilities want to open up. So just want to thank our extraordinary city team who are in front of you today for all of the work that they put in. It's been phenomenal to work with all of them. And they're just a wealth of information. They care so much about making sure that legislation is smart and implementable. And then, of course, thank you to the Alderwoman for making space and prioritizing those conversations and having hard conversations with us. And I know with colleagues and other individuals in the community who really care about this issue, and trying to take all of that in and find a way to get to a resolution that addresses a lot of those. So we're very much in support of this. We're very grateful to our city team for being prepared to implement this once it crosses the finish line. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
All right. Alderman Aldridge has a question.
I need some more coffee or something. Madam Clerk, could you add me as a co-sponsor?
Noted.
Okay, we can move to public comment.
We have 2 signed up. And I'll check to make sure if we have any online. Right now, we have in support Tekka Childress from Ward 1. Okay, next we have, I believe, in opposition from Ward 4, Pat Acquisto.
Okay. Now, Ms. Pat, can you raise your right hand and swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. May proceed. 3 minutes.
Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, I'm opposed to this change. We, in our neighborhood, take zoning very, very seriously. Anytime anybody comes to us and wants to change zoning, it's a very big deal. Because once you change zoning, it's very hard to go back. You know, that's it. What you've got in here with conditional use, this hearing, I've been here for 4 hours on a weekday afternoon. How many people can take off work and be at a hearing for hours and hours? It's practically impossible. You're asking people to attend hearings that they can't attend. The last hearing I tried to make an address, we ran out of time and I never was heard, and they passed it. So I think you're putting a lot of emphasis on conditional use that just doesn't work. Conditional use is not conducive to the residents of the city. As far as follow-up on conditional use, you put conditions on and oftentimes there's no follow-up. You notice things are not being followed, the conditions aren't being followed. You have to call 2 or 3 city departments to get any help. And then it takes weeks, if not months, to get anything done. So, and it's short of staff, or they've got other things going on. And so you can put conditions on a project or on a business or on a shelter, but who's going to enforce it? I know they say who's supposed to enforce it, but oftentimes that's not what happens. About the operational plan, to not have an operational plan before plat and petition is sort of ridiculous to me. If you go to a lender to borrow money for a business, you have to have a plan. Anybody has to have a plan to get approval. Why would you not have to have an operational plan to show to people that you're asking to sign for something? When they come in, why can't they give an operational plan when they first come in to present the project? Let's see. I don't know, I've been waiting for so long, I forgot half my things I was gonna, the regional plan. So if we have a regional homeless plan coming, I don't see why all of this can't wait for however long it takes to figure out how many beds how many shelters do we need? Do we really need, and by the way, how many beds do we have now? How many are filled? I can't find that out. I go on the city's website and I don't see where it says how many beds are filled or how many homeless people we actually have. Even the presentation tonight, I didn't see where what the site was for the information that they gave on how many homeless people we have. It didn't say where that information comes from. Where did it come from? I don't know. And as far as not having plat and petition in other cities, there are other cities that have plat and petition. Not the cities that they mentioned in this presentation, but there are cities who have plat and petition. So I kind of feel like all of this is just something to move towards eliminating plat and petition without saying that's what it's going to do. But until the ducks are in the row with the city on how things are handled with conditional use, enforcement, it just feels like this is like putting the horse before the dog, before, what is it, the cart before the horse. So anyway, I appreciate all the work that you've done. I really think it's important work, but I just don't think it goes far enough. Thanks. Should I push this?
No, you can leave it on, just in case anybody else come up. Thank you so much.
All right, we have 3 people online.
Okay. Can all 3 of you turn your cameras on, raise your right hand? I'll swear you all in at the same time. And then let Madam
Okay.
Clerk call you in order.
The third person is, okay, he accepted, okay.
Then I'll swear you all in at the same time, and Madam Clerk then will call you in order, or your name for your 3 minutes. Everyone raise your right hand, swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Okay, please proceed.
The first speaker is Donna Aga.
I saw them.
Hi, sorry, I had myself muted. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Sorry, the meeting's gone on so long. I am curious about a couple of things that came up within the meeting. Not having the operational plan while somebody's voting or not voting on plat and petition seems a little odd to me. I guess you're expecting defeat on those all the time. I don't know. The other thing is, I'm not really sure what type of shelter anybody is proposing for residential zones A and B. That is very confusing to me. When you go to these other cities, they have multiple residential zones. And not all of those zones have shelters in them. So that's confusing to me. What does a single family zone shelter look like? What does a rooming house look like when it's in a single residential zone? I kind of don't understand that. I'm sorry, I just don't understand the purpose. I also am concerned about the data. The last time I looked at data, it was like there was a point in time count of 1,200 total with people who don't have a permanent house plus those unsheltered. And now I'm seeing 2,000. So I'm not sure where these count differences are coming from. And I am concerned we don't have an ongoing accurate count of the number of beds and that sort of thing. I don't know that zoning can take care of where I would see most of the issues coming in, and that would be perhaps who is operating the shelter. If they're not taking care of these vulnerable people, I don't think zoning is going to find that out from a noise ordinance. So that kind of concerns me. I'm not sure who has responsibility for that, if anybody, but that would be another concern. I just really am not sure about any of this. I'll be honest with you. I really don't understand the Zone A change. Somebody's going to have to put that in words I understand. Anyway, thank you very much.
The next speaker is Dan Pistor.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Yeah, my name is Dan Pistor, and I'm been a city resident for 24 years, and I currently live downtown and chair the Downtown Neighborhood Association. It's become pretty clear that this is just a component of one of the more comprehensive bills that was tried to pass in 2023. This is basically the zoning component of that bill. And while this bill doesn't address plat and petition, as the previous bills have done, there's nothing to suggest that plat and petition won't be the next target in the future. So while Board Bill 14 does convert homeless shelters from prohibited uses to conditional uses in all zoning areas. We've had, bad experiences with conditional uses and then voicing our concerns at hearings. They weren't listened, and we've had numerous nuisance properties that we were just ignored at these conditional use hearings after they became a nuisance property. Another point: where's the data that says that we actually need these uses converted over from prohibited to conditional? Everybody keeps asking for a lot of the data, but none of the data has really been published. The East-West Gateway numbers that were presented at yesterday's summit were basically flat for the entire city. The count has not gone up over the last 4 years. And my last point is the Regional Housing Summit, which I attended yesterday, that was sponsored by the East-West Council of Governments. I think that's a step in the right direction. We do need a regional approach. It can't be just a city that is burdened with dealing with a lot of the homeless services and having them in the city. So, what wouldn't it make more sense to pause any efforts on the homeless until we see what that regional plan is going to look like, and then move forward after that regional plan with any of these certain uses or adding new shelters. And I think that would make a lot more sense. Otherwise the county and other surrounding areas are just going to let us handle the burden and they'll stay out of it. So I would prefer to wait until after we see what that regional plan is going to be. Again, thank you for allowing me to testify. I ask you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Willow High.
Hi. What I have to say is kind of reflective of what's already been said, I guess, by the others that were up to oppose the bill. I think that there's just still a lot of concerns remaining. Primarily for me is the verbiage that was used regarding plat and petition not being addressed in this bill. First of all, thank you for removing the removal of plat and petition from it. I mean, that is very much appreciated. The people spoke, you listened. That makes a huge deal of difference to us to know that it's being taken seriously. But I felt like the verbiage that was being used earlier threw a lot of shade at the fact that we do still have plat and petition, and that it was not attacked and removed and our rights taken away. So I don't really feel comfortable that it's not going to be attacked later on and taken out. It's a little bit of a scary position to be in. It's obviously been targeted in numerous bills and weakened in other bills not related to this one specifically already. So I feel like it's on a little bit of shaky grounds to rely upon by itself at this point. Thank you to Ann Schweitzer for the line of questioning that she did. I feel that she was doing a good job representing a lot of the concerns of her constituents, myself included, even though I'm not in your ward. But I guess the biggest issue outside of feeling that historically our conditional use system is not enough to protect residents because it's not historically been enforced properly and there's not a good plan of execution. Outside of that, I think that the biggest issue for me is the fact that why did we make it so that every residential zone is open to conditional use? I mean, I think that at the very least, there should be certain residential zones that are off limits for that. So I appreciate all of your time and consideration, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, any other public comment?
We have none.
Okay. Vice Chair Sanya.
Okay, so first I just want to thank everyone online who did come. I know you guys were waiting for a long time, so thank you so much for your patience and for coming and making your commentary known. It seems like some of the biggest points as far as the regional plan goes and what the city's plan is, Dr. Pearson was not able to make it today, but he will be at our hearing next week, and he is the person who has largely been responsible for convening the East Gateway Summit that focused on the Housing First STL approach. I did have an opportunity to attend myself, so he'll be here next week, and I think he can provide some additional context as to how this bill will impact the regional approach and the regional conversations. And I can say that Mayor Jones did say very clearly in her remarks at the summit yesterday that this bill will be a help to regional planning and that it will be a help to the city of St. Louis and that it is of no hindrance. But I look forward to hearing about that next week. I think all of the issues with the conditional use process, I dug and dug through every city process that's in place. I searched to see what the options are. And the conditional use process is the process that nearly everything else goes through. It's the process that bookstores go through, that restaurants go through, that clubs go through, that liquor stores go through, that tattoo parlors go through. And so it just made sense to give these facilities the same process as everything else. But that is not to say that the conditional use process is perfect or that it is without errors or, just like we're looking through many other processes, there are not things there that should be looked into and approved. I think this legislation is just saying that we should give them the same process with the addition of a requirement of an operational plan. I would say too that Alderwoman Schweitzer has been a very clear communicator and from the very beginning kind of stated that she was interested in potentially having the operational plan be in place before the signatures. I think just on the working end, it was some difficulty again because of the provider and because this doesn't touch plat and petition. It was hard to figure out how we could do that in this bill without then touching plat and petition, opening up chapter 25 and maybe thinking people think we were touching something we weren't, but it's not a lost point on me at all. And I think with any other process, we will have to come back, we will have to review, we will have to see how it works. But I think as far as balancing the many different neighborhoods across the city, balancing the many different providers, balancing the many different departments, all of the people who would have to have a place in this, I think this bill has struck the best balance of all of those interests. Not a perfect balance by far, not things that don't necessarily need to be redressed, but just when you're considering diversity of voices, the diversity of folks, I think where we landed is the best balance for managing those. And then the other thing that I would add in is I heard some concerns about enforcement as well. I think that's why it's important to take a look at the 6-month time period that's in place for the building division before they would have to begin to do this process. We are doing a lot of things as a city. We know that we have the Airbnb legislation going into effect soon. We've got the rental registry, and so we didn't want to overwhelm the building division with the new process, and we wanted to provide more time to just see how these things would kind of play out. So I just wanted to thank you all for those things. I wanted to let the folks who hung on online to know that I heard you. I heard every one of your concerns, and that I'm grateful for you being here today and being patient with us. Thank all of the city departments who have hung in with us for all of this time, in addition to all of the many, many hours and hours of meetings we've had to get to this place. And just thank you all for your consideration, and I look forward to further conversation. Also, I don't know if she's still online, but I know someone did mention that 11 a.m. is not accessible. I agree with you, and that's why next week at 6 o'clock we will be having a HUD's hearing around this bill as well. And so hopefully that will provide room for more people to come. I know I have at least 12 emails sitting in my inbox of people who wanted to come today, but we just went on so long and they had to get back to their workday. Thank you.
All right. Any resolutions for review?
We have none.
Committee discussions?
We have none.
Any acknowledgement of written testimony?
It was one written testimony in the Google Drive, but in the email.
Okay, I'll also acknowledge that that's another way that you can participate in hearings. I make no apologies about how long this process takes and how long legislating takes. So anytime I won't complain about doing my job, being here to do my job, being present to do my job, and being responsive in doing my job. If Miss Casey can be here hugging it and holding that beautiful nephew of hers, then we can all showing up for our constituents the way we should. And so again, I know there's been a reference to time, but this has not been the longest one we've ever had. And again, at the end of the day, this is our responsibility. And there are other ways that you can participate. If you can't be here present, you can participate here, what you just heard me ask for, written testimony. You can send emails through your elected officials. You can show up here in person, or you can participate via Zoom, which thanks to the pandemic is now this hybrid opportunity for us. So I encourage people to participate in any way they can in this process and not feel any kind of way or feel pressured any kind of way to participate the way that's necessary for you and not participate the way that's best for, participate the way that someone else would want you versus what's best for you. And also, just for clarity, I know it was mentioned that conditional use hearings, I want to make sure and understand that these are not conditional use hearings. This is the HUD's hearings. Conditional use hearings go through the zoning department. They're Thursday mornings at 8:30. They are via Zoom, and you can also participate with them via Zoom or in written comments as well. Do we have any additional announcements? All members were present, so at this, I'll accept a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
It was moved by Alderwoman Swicer and seconded by Alderman Aldridge that we adjourn. Everyone have a blessed day.